A few stories passed along to you. We're going to start with this. Fiona Harvey, the Scottish woman who claims that the character of Martha in the series Baby Reindeer is based on her, is suing Netflix for $170 million.
Might be tough getting that.
Harvey claims that the show, which portrays Martha as a convicted stalker and assailant, has defamed her and caused significant emotional distress. The lawsuit was filed this week in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. Harvey's complaint claims that Baby Reindeer falsely labeled her as twice convicted stalker who sexually assaulted the show's creator, Richard Gadd. She says these accusations have ruined her life and reputation. She's accusing Netflix and Gadd of prioritizing sensational story over the truth for financial gain. Representatives for Netflix and Gadd have not responded to the lawsuit, although Gadd is not named as a defendant in this particular lawsuit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did any of you watch it yet?
Just a little bit.
You got it's
You know what I did watch was the Piers Morgan interview with her.
with her.
Yeah. She wasn't as loony
as you thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they make her out to be very loony. But
Right.
there's like twists and turns, and there's points where you're like, you feel bad for her, and then you
Right.
don't. And it's good.
Yep. So, despite Gadd's claims of altering identifying details, internet users quickly connected Harvey to the character, and her lawsuit argues that Netflix failed to verify the, quote, true story behind the series. We'll see if this goes anywhere. This is really interesting. Will Smith hopped on the latest episode of the internet show Hot Ones. Of course, that's the one where guests eat the hot wings, try to answer questions as the wings get hotter and hotter. So they didn't talk about him slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars, but Will did reveal the time he got punched the hardest over his career in action movies.
So they talked about him getting punched, but not him punching.
Yes, exactly. Fittingly, he says he got punched very hard while filming the movie Ali, while a trainer was trying to get him to lean into punches from boxer Michael Bentmore. He said, I was just like, you know what? Commit. And I committed and leaned forward. He says he caught me with a right hand on the top of my head. And after he got knocked in the head, Smith said he felt an electric taste in his mouth. Ooh. And the only thing he could think of was, where are my car keys? Meanwhile, he isn't completely, shying away from the slap. Smith is reportedly slapped multiple times near the end of the new movie, the Bad Boys Ride or Die movie. And apparently it's supposed to be some kind of a nod.
That's what I've heard.
To the Oscars. So,
I'd be curious.
But he gets, and I'm wondering to what extent they do it. And hopefully he gets rocked over and over again in the face.
So he has the red table conversation, right, with Jada Pinkett Smith. He did talk about it.
Yeah, a little
Is
bit.
anybody happy with his
well, that's why
culpa?
I haven't watched this Hot Ones yet, and I really like Sean Evans. I think he's a really good host and asks really good questions. I'm curious, Steve, as to whether or not Will Smith's people are like, don't talk about this.
Don't talk about it.
And in order to have Will Smith on the Hot Ones episode, you might not have to, you might have to avoid that question.
Sure. Yeah.
100%.
Because otherwise, Sean Evans would have asked about it.
Most definitely. And even in a delicate way, it is beholden upon you, the biggest story, to at least touch on it.
He could ask in gibberish. We learned about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Itty gotta be apple slay. I don't know how.
Apple play.
Slap it in the face of him. The iconic house from Full House is back on the market. If you want to live your sitcom dreams, but it'll cost you. And the San Francisco home is, they're asking for $6.5 million.
$6.5 million. It's in, the area is lovely. However, believe it or not, it is a crime-ridden area.
Is it?
In fact, I think it has one of the highest rates of car break-ins and carjackings.
Yeah, I don't want the outside of that house. I want the inside of that house.
And that's the thing. It doesn't look anything like the inside of the house.
So the home last went for sale in 2020 for $5.35 million back when creator Jeff Franklin sold it. If you buy it for the nostalgic vibes, you might up being disappointed. The outside of the home was used for the shots, the exterior shots. The inside of the home is completely different. The interior shots were filmed on a stage in Hollywood, of course. The house itself is pretty nice. However, the listing says that it has 4 beds, 3 full baths, and boasts about just under 3,800 feet of square footage.
That's decent.
It also has walk-in closets and a, what does this say?
Arboretum?
Nope. a Vate guest suite.
A Vate guest suite.
It's got to be.
I've never heard of that.
It's got no private guest suite. The printer was a little faded there.
You know who did it right? The people who bought the Brady Bunch house. They actually turned the interior into a mock-up of the original series interior.
And remember, they had the actual Brady kids help them do
Absolutely.
that. They were part of the construction crew.
Another conversation for another time, but which TV sitcom house? Not a mansion. All right, so we got to take mansions out of it, just regular.
When we talked about this at one point, were we talking about exclusively mansions?
No, I'm saying not mansions.
Not mansions,
yeah,
okay.
Just regular
That's a
sitcom
good question.
houses. Yeah.
All right, something to ponder.
I have to add this story.
right.
People have opinions on the Kardashian clan, of course, formed over 2 decades in the public eye, but...
We're pretty neutral about
Yeah.
it.
Right. But
Agnostic.
this I need to share. One person is offering an alternate glimpse of the family. Jen French shared a TikTok video that was filmed around 6 months ago. In the clip, her wife, Kristen French, a Kardashian Uber fan, is seen lying in a hospice care bed as a man holds up a phone for her to FaceTime, and Khloe Kardashian appeared on the other end of the screen along with her daughter, True.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The
I've been
Kardashians...
saying it, guys.
That's my little Clo Bear.
The
How you
Kardashians...
feeling, Preston?
I'm feeling bad.
Is it breaking up there? in
It's
your
breaking
chest?
up in the chest, yeah. So hence the chunky coughs, which you'll hear all morning long.
Bill is at home cringing.
Yeah, Bill hated it when any of us was sick.
Preston.
Oh, you sound a little stuffed up there, Steve.
How you feeling?
What do you want me to do about it?
All right, I'll call out
What am
sick.
I supposed to do
Would
about
you
it,
like me
Bill?
to fire on his house from space?
Yeah, here we go.
What the?
He would ask
Beat me up to sick bay, please.
Yeah, there was always nothing you could do. If you're in the middle of a cold, there's nothing you can do.
He would call anybody out for coughing on the air, including me, but he would then also ask me, Kathy, why is Preston coughing?
I never had an answer for that. I never had an answer. Well, you sound a little
Is it
stuffed
'cause
up
you're
there.
congested?
Yeah, I do. And you know what? I'll call out sick next time. How about that? All right. Anyway, Bill doesn't work here anymore. The Kardashians, she said, the Kardashians made my wife's dreams come true, FaceTiming, messaging, and send her Lemmy gummies, whatever that is, while she was
They look like Lemmy from
Motorhead? Oh, nice.
while she was on hospice. And the text said she passed away a few weeks later.
Aw.
And talked about this every day. Thank you, Kardashians, for fulfilling one of her last wishes.
well, that's very cool.
Yeah.
I do like
All
that.
right.
Yes. So Pat Sajak is not just sliding into retirement after his Wheel of Fortune gig is done, which is by tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Is
It's tonight.
Or tonight. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Friday. Sajak is set to star in a new take on the play Prescription Murder at Honolulu's Hawaii Theater next summer from July 31st to August 10th. The 1962 mystery thriller was written by William Lincoln and Richard Levinson, and the plot was eventually adapted for the first episode of the series Columbo. And he is going to be doing that.
I'm digging that. That's very cool that that's happening. I watched the episode last night, and I know we have audio. Vanna gave her sort of farewell statement to Pat. I was tearing up. My wife was
really?
crying like crazy. Yeah. It was very emotional.
Well, she was crying, so
Yeah,
here's a
yeah.
little clip of that.
We've laughed, we've cried, we've celebrated. Oh, gosh. What an incredible and unforgettable journey we've had. And I've enjoyed every minute of it with you.
Aw.
It's beautiful.
That's sad.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, if anybody doubted that Sydney Sweeney has made it, all they have to do is look at the new real estate purchase. She just plunked down $13.5 million on a luxurious oceanside mansion in Florida and scored it a bargain. The asking price was actually $4.5 million more than that.
What about our huge freaking hooters, huh?
The 7,700 square foot home features 6 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, and a chef's kitchen, a 520 bottle wine room, 330 gallon aquarium, an elevator, a home gym, a game room, a massive heated and chilled infinity pool, and a swim up bar, hot tub, and private boat lounge.
So she's on the career ascension part now, and then eventually you go through all that time, you get all this real estate, and now you're seeing some celebrities in the sell-off stage.
Right,
Where
right.
because you got to have that. She did a cool thing, though, when she first started to come into money, she bought her parents' house for them.
By the way, I've never heard of a heated and chilled infinity pool.
No.
Chilled.
Neither have I.
I mean, if you want to do your cold plunge.
Yeah.
So now that's available. Wow. Let's see, what time is it? All right, we got to move along. A couple of things I want to get to. I have a whole.
You feeling okay, still?
Yeah, I feel fine. Thank you, Captain Kate.
Still want to come up to the infirmary?
You know what? No. Put that on hold.
All right. Engineering, you can delay that order.
All right. Dolly Parton's story is coming to the Great White Way. On June 6th, legendary musician, actress, author, and philanthropist announced that she will be releasing a new musical on Broadway titled Hello, I'm Dolly. She wrote, Hello, I'm Dolly. I've been writing my life story as a Broadway musical for several years, and I'm proud to announce that we are finally developing Hello, I'm Dolly, an original music for the Broadway stage. The show is, its title is pulled from that of her first album that debuted in 1967 and will premiere in 2026.
Interesting.
She said, I lived my whole life to see this show on stage. I've written many original songs for the show and included all your favorites in it as well.
What about huge freaking hooters, huh?
She said, you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll clap, you'll stomp. It truly is a grand old opera.
I think I'd want to see that.
Yeah. Pun and fun intended. She said, don't miss it. And she added that, she will co-produce as well. I don't know if she'll appear in it or not, but we'll see him. I showed Casey a meme the other day, which was pretty interesting. It was a picture of Dolly from Best Little Whorehouse in Texas in her lingerie and everything. And the caption was, what the F did Jolie look like? Yeah. Because Dolly was smoking hot today, man, without question. All right, so I have a whole list of animated film and show stories to share with you.
Good.
So
do it now.
The animated Stranger Things show has officially kicked off production. The show still has a while to go before it actually hits streaming, and Netflix first ordered the show back in April last year. It will be produced by Flying Bark Productions, the same company responsible for the Disney series Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur and What If. So Matt Duffer and Ross Duffer, the creators of Stranger Things, shared their excitement about the new show back in April of last year, and they are thrilled to get this thing underway.
Yeah, it was just a rumor the first time I heard about it, so it's good to hear that it's actually going through to completion.
The live action started in 2016. Of
man, and at the rate that they've been producing the series, the cast is simply aging out.
Yeah, I mean,
they've got to do it now.
And Steve, it's going to end next year, so it's
now.
9 years.
The series now.
So that makes me wonder where they're going to take this next season, because they are all clearly, adults now.
Yeah. The one thing they can do, though, is that they can do time jumps if they need to.
Yeah. Here's another one, animated story. Plankton. Of course, the infamous villain from SpongeBob SquarePants is set to star in his own Netflix movie.
What?
Scheduled for release in 2025. I love this idea.
Plankton's one of my favorite characters.
The announcement was made this week as part of Netflix's Next on Netflix animation event. The character, known for his evil schemes and ambitions of world domination, will have us have the world flipped upside down when his plans are thwarted in his new animated feature. It's directed by Dave Needham, and it will focus on Plankton's life at the Chum Bucket, and which, of course, he runs with his wife and sidekick, Karen, a waterproof computer. And the executive co-producers are a bunch of people you never heard of.
Yeah.
But the screenplay, the story and screenplay are written by Mr. Lawrence. He's the voice of Plankton, by the way, along with a few others. And there also is going to be some interesting music. Notable artists are Brett McKenzie of Flight of the Conchords fame, along with Linda Perry from 49 Blondes.
Wow.
Mark and Bob Mothersbaugh of Devo will also be contributing.
Dude, this is going to be great.
Yeah, and the voice cast is straight from the series. So Mr. Lawrence, Jill Talley, Tom Kenny, Bill Fagerbakke. How do you say his last name?
Fagerbakke.
Fagerbakke? Fagerbakke.
Yeah.
What, Case?
He said finger banger and
Fingerbanger.
Yeah, that
I didn't
sounds
hear
about
that.
right.
Bill Fingerbanger, Carol Lawrence, Clancy Brown, and Roger Bumpus. So,
Hey, what is this?
The whole cast.
Forgive me if I'm not remembering, but the creator of SpongeBob was very ill.
He died.
He
Did he
did?
die?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. In fact, he
I completely
died.
forgot about that person.
I think it was
Recently, though, right?
Well, yeah. So remember, they were going to get SpongeBob to be played at the Super Bowl,
Right.
And I think he'd passed away that year, I believe. Not 100%
Which
sure.
guy
on that,
was
but-
it? Was it Steven Hillenberg?
I think
Yes.
that's it. Yes.
Yep.
Did he pass? When did he pass?
Wow, 2018.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then one other thing has to do with animation. Casa Bonita, the Mexican restaurant, Lakewood, Colorado. Marissa's been there. Also, the centerpiece of the season 7 episode of South Park of the same name. Trey Parker and Matt Stone remembered the themed restaurant fondly from their childhoods. They purchased it. They renovated the business themselves, bringing it back to its former glory. And a new documentary film chronicling that process called Casa Bonito Mi Amor will debut today at Tribeca Film Festival and will stream later this year on Paramount Plus.
There's a whole bunch of really good documentaries coming out. There's a new one, I think, that is opening next weekend, Preston, on Frank Miller.
Oh.
So, yeah, there's some cool stuff coming out.
Nice. And then the last animated thing I wanted to pass along, the latest installment of the Wallace and Gromit franchise has a title, premiere date, and teaser trailer. It's called Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul, and will premiere next on Netflix December 25th, so on Christmas Day.
Another chicken thing?
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
so. Brings back Ben Whitehead as Wallace and Peter Kay as Chief Inspector McIntosh. All right, movies opening. Opening today, The Watchers, horror, mystery, thriller starring Dakota Fanning, Georgina Campbell, and Oliver Finnegan. Mina, a 28-year-old artist, gets stranded in an expansive, untouched forest in Western Ireland. When Mina finds shelter, she unknowingly becomes trapped alongside 3 strangers that are watched and stalked by mysterious creatures each night. Hour and 42 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide theater release. Looks kind of interesting from the trailer, but the Rotten Tomatoes score, 26%.
So this is M. Night Shyamalan's daughter that directed and wrote it, and she is the same one who directed and wrote a number of episodes of Servant.
That's correct.
Yeah, they're really excited about this. They've been posting like a lot of pictures of the red carpet and all that kind of stuff.
Cool.
The family there, they're really proud of
No,
her.
she's a good director.
Also opening this weekend is Bad Boys Ride or Die, action comedy starring Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, and Vanessa Hudgens. This summer, the world's favorite bad boys are back with their iconic mix of edge-of-your-seat action and outrageous comedy, but this time with a twist. Miami's finest are now on the run. Ooh. Hour and 55 minutes long. Rated R. Wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score 66%. Hey, we have 2 clips today.
Nice.
Two of them. The new series Queenie follows a British Jamaican woman struggling to get through her 20s and finding comfort in all the wrong places. And here star Donnie Brown talks about how there is a little bit of Queenie in all of us.
I think it's just about relatability. We're all Queenie, and I think for me personally, playing that part and like reading the book and getting into the text and the script, I think there's just so much resonation with the character. Like, it was a bit like I didn't know that other women felt like this. Mm-hmm. So it was definitely exciting to just really like dig in and try to just give the most honest portrayal that I can.
I don't think I want to see
Did I say Donnie Brown?
You did.
Dion Brown. Dion Brown. Queenie debuts today on Hulu. Here's our next clip. Oh, man. Ciaran Davies?
Sure.
Okay, is a South Wales rugby player and the youngest cast member on this season of Love Island UK. Here the 21-year-old talks about his accomplishments.
I've never met a girl that doesn't love the Welsh accent and they can't get enough of it. I do like an older woman. The eldest I've ever been with, I think it was 42 when I was 18 years old.
Shut up, dummy.
Love Island UK season 11.
This is MILF Island?
Premieres Saturday. Love Island.
Oh, yes,
MILF Island is on. Rochelle's watching it.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously?
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, was a parody on 30 Rock a decade ago, and then they actually made it a show.
They made a real show out of it. All right, that's Entertainment Report for today. So we got a few things taking place. Donnell Rawlings stopping by. Going to be at the Helium Comedy Club this weekend. Guitarist Andi Summers of the band The Police will be joining us around 9 o'clock. He's got a gig at the Sellersville Theater on Thursday, by the way.
Yeah, very cool.
Absolute
Very cool.
legend on the program today. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and we'll do all the Friday glory together. Stay with us.
Vegas because there was a chef there who made them exactly the way he loved them because they would put bacon in them as well and then fly them back to Memphis.
Wait, hold on. This is probably going to be a whole other debate, but I would not eat a peanut butter banana sandwich. It has to be open face.
Wait, so you would eat those ingredients, but not as a sandwich?
Not as a sandwich. It has
Too
to be
much
an
bread.
Interesting.
open face. Yeah.
I would prefer that open face, and I also prefer it toasted too.
What kind of bread? Does
But
that
I wouldn't. I'd do white sandwich bread.
I go rye.
Oh, rye.
Right.
Tell me.
Oh, you're
That's the
throwing us
way
all
white
off.
supremacists eat it.
Step into my kitchen.
That's weird.
It's good.
Because rye has more of, I don't want to say like a savory flavor. Maybe it does.
Maybe
you know
it's
what
just
I mean?
what I grew up with, and that's why I loved it so much. But yeah, rye, toasted, peanut butter, dip, and bananas.
I could do wheat or white.
Yeah, I just got a text from a guy who says that he would make peanut butter and fresh cherry sandwiches. So I guess he would take the cherries, pit it, soak it,
Soak it.
chop them
that's
up.
weird.
Well,
It's kind of jelly-ish, I guess,
but
right?
then I was thinking, so I might try that. But then I was thinking, like, well, why not just cut up some grapes and make a peanut butter and grape sandwich? Isn't that what grape jelly and
No.
strawberry jelly?
No, I don't think that would
Stop
work
it.
out. Yes, it's crazy talk.
I don't know.
It's more
I was thinking, like,
natural.
No.
and now I'm starting to think
Try
of
it,
other
Casey.
fruits like
I will. I'll
apricots
try it.
and stuff like that might work.
Maybe that's where the cherries come. Well, no, because don't you? Yeah. I don't know.
Cherries come from God.
I was going to say like the flavoring of the jelly.
How do you make jelly?
You don't. You buy it at a store.
Do you know the difference?
There's no
between
way to
jam and
make it.
jelly?
You can only purchase
Hey,
it.
we could get Carter on because he made jellies and
right.
jams like crazy. There's
That's
a difference
right.
between jelly and jam. It must be jelly because jam don't shake like that. Or you can jam your D down your
Right.
But you can't
right.
jelly it.
All right.
Could you please pass
jelly
the
your D
jelly?
down your girlfriend's throat.
Okay.
That's an old joke. Anyway,
Bill told
Yes,
us.
that was
Bill,
a,
Bill was
loves
telling
it.
us that.
Yeah.
The dad joke.
Anyway,
that's a Bob Hope joke.
Inappropriate.
I want to
What-
tell you, you can jelly your.
Kathy, one of them is made from the actual fruit. Another is made from the juice of the fruit. So, and I think a jelly is made from the juice of the fruit.
Yeah, that
I'm
seems
not
right.
And then-
100% sure.
Juicy fruit is going to move you.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right through you.
with your peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, when you do make them, and probably don't make a lot these days, but to me, the toasting of the bread is an essential. If you want the absolute experience, the way it should be, to let that peanut butter melt a bit. You were saying this as well, Preston. That is what makes it glorious.
Yes.
That's a transcendent sandwich.
By the way, here it is. Jam is made, a thick spread made from fruit juice, chopped, crushed, or pureed fruit and sugar. Pectin may also help it gel, but jams are usually looser than jelly.
You mean like sluttier?
And jelly is made from fruit juice. Okay, there you go. As the juice of the fruit, and then sugar, and then pectin is that stuff that makes it gelatinous.
And
Yes,
what
so to
are
speak.
your guys' stances on squeezable jelly?
It's okay.
If the jelly's decent, it usually isn't though. It's usually
Yeah.
like low rent Welch's.
All right, so we've determined Kathy's the peanut butter queen.
Absolutely.
She knows her stuff,
But-
most definitely.
We were right on the best tasting.
Yeah, you
At
and
least
I.
for
Yeah.
our palates.
Yeah.
And some surprises along the way. Nick, what did you rank as the best tasting?
Peter Pan.
It's Peter Pan.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
thought it
so
was
a little
gonna be
surprise.
Jif's. Yeah, so-
How about that?
I know.
Eye-opening here on the Preston and Steve Show. Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture added the calorie pear, or Pyrus calorenia, commonly called the Bradford pear tree, to a list of noxious weeds, plants that cannot be legally sold or cultivated in the state.
Wow. So it adds the list that is populated by the durian and other.
Well, no, it's considered invasive. So, so this is these are the semen trees.
What?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the popular non-native flowering fruit tree naturalizes, spreading from planted landscapes, crowding out other plants, and disrupting native ecosystems.
So the semen tree is considered an invasive species?
Check that, Nick. Double check and make sure the Bradford pear is the one we're talking about.
If you don't know, this is a plant, a tree, I guess,
It's a
that
tree, yeah.
every year emits a smell that many have said, and I agree, smells like semen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's them.
That's okay. So this is it. So it apparently crowds out other plants, disrupts native ecosystems. The ban on sale and cultivation will take effect on February 9th, with enforcement phased in over 2 years.
I'm surprised because landscapers will sell a lot of these. They'll use them in office parks and people's backyards and whatever. So this is a moneymaker for a lot of those places. I'm really surprised they came down with a ban.
Well, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah.
And when it does create that scent, it's got these beautiful white blooms. It's just gorgeous.
It looks gorgeous.
I have 3 of them in my backyard.
I have a weeping vagina in my backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's, well, you know what it smells like, but it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now you got me thinking of Pussy Willows. I wouldn't necessarily categorize this scent as noxious, though. I mean,
it is different.
If you are around a bunch of them, like I have been in proximity to several of them, and it's like overpowering. Now, not noxious to the scent of I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Right.
But definitely like, wow, this is overpowering. So, but it's apparently I guess it's taking up too much space. It's invading the area, and it's not native in the area. So, according to the agricultural secretary, the calorie pear is another non-native plant that was brought to the country for its beauty and rapid growth without regard to its long-term potential harm to our environment and food supply.
I didn't realize it was that sort of situation. Nick, as you rightfully point out, it ends up being used in garden plants.
Oh, yeah.
They're sold a lot.
And
another one that I've heard people complain about because of the smell is the ginkgo tree, and they're really pretty as well. Especially in the fall, they turn like a bright yellow. But people sometimes refer to them as the stinko tree, and I believe like it's only the male of the species that stinks or whatever. But yeah,
we have a butthole bush by our front door, and the flowers are wonderful, but it does.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a butthole.
Is that year round or only in the spring?
No, it's like for 1 week.
Oh,
you know,
you can deal with that.
Is your butthole open?
Don't come over. It's butthole week.
Is your butthole sprouting?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The butthole's open. And the scent
You've got to come by.
It only happens 1 week out of the year when the butthole's
We'll sit between that and the semen plant.
All right, here you go. Here's some big news.
All right.
Kim Kardashian is making it clear, and I have a few Kim and Kanye stories here. Clear to Kanye, wants to set healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
So, in an interview with Hollywood Unlocked that will be released today, West claims that Kardashian's security team wouldn't let him into her house with their daughter North after he picked the kids up from school one day. Now, a source told People that while it's true that West was not allowed inside the house that day, Kim's security team didn't stop him from seeing the kids, picking them up, or dropping them off. The source continued saying he can no longer just walk inside her home without her permission, and Kim has a right to privacy and is trying to set healthy boundaries. So
she's a lawyer, you know.
Those who have gone through divorces, I assume, deal with this particular issue, which is somebody just walking right in.
That has to change.
Because you've been doing it for years and years and years. However, if you've been married for a long time, and then all of a sudden it stops there, and you have to ring the doorbell, you have to knock, or something like that.
It might be uncomfortable, but that's part of the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
The nature of the relationship has changed, and though you would imagine Kanye would have an easy time adapting to change.
Right.
He's not, apparently.
Apparently, the need to set these boundaries arose from Kanye making, quote, recent unannounced visits to Kim's home. In the Hollywood Unlocked interview, West is quoted as saying... That's when he stops by? Yeah. Unannounced.
Yo.
Yeah. So West is quoted in the interview as saying, "Don't play with me. Don't play with my children. Ain't no security going to get in between me and my children, and you ain't going to gaslight me." End quote.
Okay. Hey,
don't play with my children. I thought you want people.
Yes, of course. So they grow up healthy.
Play. They like to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he goes by Yee now. So wouldn't he announce himself Yee?
Yee.
It echoes around that house because there's nothing in it.
There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
There's nothing to deaden the sound. We have audio, Preston, if you'd like. He is.
All right, so this is about the song?
Yes.
So Kanye, this is part 2 of the story. Kanye called out Pete Davidson in his new song, The Game, which is called Easy. The track dropped on Friday, and people across all corners of the internet promptly went to work dissecting the lyrics from Kanye's verse.
So here's a question, and this to me is indicative of a kind of person. He is in a relationship with someone else himself.
Yeah.
He's making out publicly with this other person. Why? Well, why is he going off the deep end about Pete Davidson? She's simply moving on as well. He's moving on. Why is it so bad that she's moving on?
His ego won't allow it.
That has to be it.
Yeah, so there's nobody better than him, and his ego won't allow it. And
it's narcissism.
It's
pure
no
narcissism.
Doubt.
Yeah.
But did you
Well,
see that?
Is she in their house?
Yes.
So that that's probably where.
But they
it
have a
stems from.
multitude of houses, Kathy.
Right.
He has that ranch, and he actually bought a house, I think, diagonally across the street from her to be close to the kids.
Now, is this
But that's
the
probably
song?
the hard part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was his house. That was where he lived too. So the fact now that he's got a knock on the door, which listen, yes, it needs to happen.
Yep.
They're not together anymore. But that's probably why he's having a hard time.
Steve, is this a song that they're listening to and like Madonna's in the thing? It's like there are all these people in a room and it's like him and Madonna and Antonio Brown. Like,
Are you talking about video footage?
There's video footage of them all listening to a song. And what's wild is Madonna's like the grandmom, and she's acting like the kid in this movie or in this video.
That imagery is troubling. But he specifically mentions Pete Davidson.
Yeah, he mentioned a bunch of things. I'm going to go through some of the lyrics in this song. So he talks about his divorce from Kim, and I'm quoting this. We having the best divorce ever. If we go to court, we go to court together. Matter of fact, pick up your sis. We'll go to courts together. Meaning
Courtney.
You know what he did
Love
there?
it. I haven't heard lyrics this sharp since Poopity Scoop.
All right, co-parenting his kids, he writes, I watched 4 kids for like 5 hours today. I wear these Yeezy boots everywhere, even in the shower today. He rhymed today with today.
Yeah.
And by the way, he did a little drop on his own product line.
Self-promotion. Love it.
I got love for the nannies, but real family is better. The cameras watch the kids. Y'all stop taking the credit. Non-custodial dad, I bought the house next door. What you think the point of really being rich for?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, it makes incredible sense. So
we have guests coming up throughout the program. It would probably be best if we get to the Connoisseur now.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the weekend edition, our favorite edition.
And a special edition, Mr. Announcer.
Is that right?
All movie clips in honor of a very special guest this week. All food clips are Kevin Costner TV clips.
I will tell you this.
Morning.
It was. It's still sort of improbable that even happened, but I'm also attributing that to the reason why this week seems like it's been 3 weeks long.
Good point.
Yeah.
I was so excited for Tuesday when he came by that it really felt like a Friday.
Right.
And it threw everything
We should play
off.
that Steve Martin when then it was Tuesday. Felt like 2 days.
Yeah. But we're still basking in the glow.
Yes.
It was so great. All right, so we'll do movie clips in a moment, but I'm going to lead with this story as far as the Connoisseur goes. Any doubts that Spain remains the fine dining center of the world may just have evaporated with the revealing of the world's 50 best restaurants for 2024 list.
What?
And 6 eateries from the European nation made the list, 3 of them in the top 5.
My brother's in Spain right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Tell him to go.
I'm interested in this list. I'll send him a few suggestions.
To be honest, I would not have thought of Spain as being the top spot. I would have thought France, or I would have thought, Italy, or Kensington. No, I would have.
My brother Nick was just in Spain. My brother and sister-in-law, they were stuck there. There's some sort of travel thing. I think they had taken a cruise through like Italy and the whole area.
Not a bad place to get stuck.
No,
though.
Seriously.
The awards considered the Oscars of Global Fine Dining were handed out at a ceremony of the win in Las Vegas Wednesday evening with Barcelona restaurant Disfrutar walking away with the top prize.
That's Spanish for D's nuts.
Top prize. Ranked number 2 last year. It is owned and run by chefs Oriol Castro, Eduard Jartruch, and Mateo Casanas. The fact that this trio met while working at the legendary El Bulli should provide a few clues as to what diners can expect. Imaginative and playful dishes executed with technical mastery, such as
your corn dogs?
the caviar-filled pancino donut, the frozen gazpacho sandwich,
Wow.
and squab with kombu spaghetti, almond, and grape.
Gazpacho sandwich?
Yeah.
How do you pull that off?
Frozen gazpacho
all right.
sandwich. Coming in at number 2 was Asador, and I don't know how you pronounce this. ETXEBARRIO.
Echebari?
Echebari, I guess so, yeah. Of Echando, not far from the Spanish port city of Bilbao. Under the leadership of Chef Victor Arganzonins, is famed for offering unbeatable barbecue that lets the quality of the ingredients shine, such as the red palamos prawn that simply is grilled and served on its own.
Again, for myself, having really not, I would say, not a very cultivated palate, I am fascinated by dining at this level. And obviously the bear helped.
Oh, yeah. That show is wonderful. But you can never count Paris out. The French capital's Table by Bruno Verjou squeezed into third place, while yet another restaurant from Spain, Madrid's Devergeau, I don't know,
So took
the fourth spot.
Okay. So how many French restaurants are in the top 10 list?
One.
Okay.
Well, I don't know about the top 10. That's the top
all right. I'm
5
sorry.
so far.
Yeah.
Coming in fifth was Lima's Maido, one of 3 restaurants from the city to make the list, given the Peruvian capital's reputation as South America's premier dining destination. Yet another boost. Mexico was a big winner in North America, earning 3 restaurants on the list.
Wow.
Led by Mexico City Eatery Quintonil, which came in 7th.
International House of Pancakes on this?
It is not.
Because that's a global thing.
Yeah, that's
As for the event's host country, the U.S. had 2 restaurants on this year's 50 best list. New York City's Atomics came in 6th this year. Obviously, that's a huge accomplishment.
It is. Did they mention the cuisine?
Rising 2 spots since last year. No, they did not.
Oh.
And another restaurant called Single Thread in the town of Healdsburg in California's Sonoma Valley landed in 47th place. So
That's good thread.
as far as world-renowned restaurants, the U.S. is a little bit behind.
Yeah, I honestly, we have such a great reputation. I'm surprised to see that.
But a lot of this cuisine origin, comes from these other
exactly.
countries.
So we've kind of co-opted it.
Steve, the one in New York that Preston mentioned, Atomics, is a Korean cuisine.
Korean. So Korean is now on a big uptake. A lot of people are raving about Korean cuisine, especially South Korean cuisine, which they also say is kind of on a level with a Mediterranean diet for health purposes.
North Korean cuisine is mostly just rocks.
Rat and sticks.
Yep.
That's good rat.
So anyhow, if you'd like to see the top 50 list, you can find it online. But I mean, it's, the restaurants all around the world, scattered all around the world, and not very many in
Do you
the
think they
US.
have an open table in North Korea?
I don't know. All right, you guys want to play a clip?
Yes.
Which one do you want?
We're going to skip that top one.
Okay.
Let's go with this very first one. I sent this one over. I love this clip. So what movie is this from? The Kevin Costner edition. Here we go.
Why don't we all just go somewhere a little fancy and celebrate?
Why?
Well, in honor of,
Waffle House, Doreen.
Well, I know, and I love the waffle.
I've been dreaming about waffles for 1,800 miles. Yeah, me too.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if we know what movie that's from. We'll go through another food story. I was happy to see this. Restaurants are beginning to phase out the use of QR code menus that became a little bit more popular during COVID. Many establishments are returning to traditional paper menus to cater to older generations and technophobes, and to address concerns over the potential cybersecurity risks of QR codes.
So I'm not a technophobe. I'm very much into technology, but I prefer an old style menu.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like looking through stuff on my phone.
And I also will use the menu as sort of an indicator of how good the restaurant is.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, how much time do they spend in the menu? How do they want to present their food in that way?
Well, yeah, and it's the presentation of
Right.
the menu. I went out to dinner with my family, and we took my daughter to Michigan, and we sat down, and they gave us menus, paper menus that had like schmeg on it, and like, and I was like,
you know what, man?
Yeah, you got to wipe down the menu.
Yeah.
Is it weird that I judge a menu on the drinks?
What do you mean you judge a menu on the drinks?
Yeah, like
They're mixed drinks or margaritas?
Like what their food is offered by how good their drinks are? Or what do you
no,
mean?
I look at the drinks first. And if it does not meet my expectation, I don't even look at the food. Like if I'm deciding to go to a restaurant.
You'll shut it right down based on,
Yeah, if I'm deciding to go. I mean, obviously, if I'm there, I have
thought
no
you
choice,
mean you
but
would get up and leave.
I would get up, I slam the menu down, and I
want to
run
talk to your
out.
manager.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this?
Marissa.
Kathy, this was a topic on our podcast just the other day, Delicious City, Philly. And no, the attention that a restaurant puts towards the cocktails shows the attention that they put towards the food.
I am a professional working woman. I have little time to get drunk. I need to do so quickly.
And bad wine, like a bad wine list, even if it's a nice place. Like there's one specific restaurant, I'm not going to name them, and I do know that their food is great, but their wine list is terrible. And it's like where I want to go and have a glass of wine and dinner, and I really don't go that often because the wine
don't
list
like
is
the wine.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. I understand that. I mean, and in fact, it's a little more, I think it's more of an Italian tradition. It might be more in some other European countries too, is that you have, if you're an alcohol drinker, that you do have a cocktail before the meal, that it gets started. It's supposed to open up the appetite. And that can be an important decision as to whether or not, you're going to enjoy the meal overall or not. But as far as the actual QR codes versus menus, one of the things I like to do on a menu that I have a hard time doing with the QR code is I like to bounce around.
Yes.
I don't want to just say, okay, here are the list of appetizers. Here are the list of salads. Here are the list of fish, pasta, blah, blah, blah. I like to jump around.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a NASA
you can't
launch.
do that.
No,
when
you're going back and
scrolling
forth from like
over.
different menu pages, and it's laborious. It's a pain in the ass.
Yep. So the shift back to physical menus is being praised by many restaurant goers and by restaurant industry insiders who say the QR codes menus are perceived as tacky.
Tacky.
Kind of tacky. It may have seemed kind of interesting at first, but no, they're tacky. All right, let's see if you can guess what movie this clip is from.
Why don't we all just go somewhere a little fancy and celebrate?
Why?
Well, in honor of,
Waffle House, Doreen.
Well, I know, and I love the waffle.
I've been dreaming about waffles for 1,800 miles. Yeah, me too.
All right, let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, Mike, movie, please.
Tin Cup.
Yes, the great Tin Cup. And that means we got something for you. Case, what are we going to give him?
All right. For you, Mike, we have tickets to see John Fogerty, MMR Rocks John Fogerty, the Celebration Tour with special guests.
Man, all those hits. This is going to be awesome. All right, we have another food clip to play for you.
Which one?
We'll just go in order now,
Okay.
okay? So that's cool. All right, let's see if you can identify which one. And this is the Kevin Costner edition of The Connoisseur.
Well deserved.
Here we go.
Come on, Tom, say it with me, you pancake-eating motherfucker.
All right. Deal.
Great, you're welcome.
All right, what movie? 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, so I'm going to throw this one in there because we got a little bit of time in this particular segment. It's an article that I saw from cheapism.com, and it's a suggestion on fruits you should never refrigerate.
Fruits you should never refrigerate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be paying special attention to this.
Rochelle throws a lot of these in the fridge.
I like cold fruit, so I like it all.
We know you don't like hot fruit.
I do not like hot fruit. And room temperature is fine. It's okay, but I prefer it if it is chilled.
If it's hot fruit, will you check it and see?
It's disgusting.
It says certain fruits, but these are
They sound like vegetables.
These are all. So a lot of these are vegetables.
Liar!
All right. Well, anyhow, that's interesting. So we'll start with tomatoes, which are technically a fruit.
It is fruit.
Stored in the fridge will rapidly lose flavor and become unappetizingly mushy.
Get out. I have them in the fridge.
The surefire way to ripen your tomatoes as quickly as possible is to store them outside the fridge and in a paper bag.
Well, that I know outside of the fridge will ripen it.
Once they've ripened, they will last for around 3 days.
Okay.
And I think you can get them to last a little longer if you keep them in the fridge, but they're just not. They're not. They lose their texture a little bit.
I'll tell you what I find to be a precarious. If we're actually going to go back to the original fruit concept, and I've figured out a way around it. Pears, you've got to get right in the pocket.
Yeah.
And I don't put them in the refrigerator anymore. I leave them outside, and I leave them, and I'll do like the Harry and David things where they're sort of individually wrapped.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay to put them in the fridge.
Is it?
Yeah, they're not on this list. So let me move on.
I ruined it.
But they're the same too. I feel like if you leave them out, they'll ripen quicker.
Probably.
Yeah.
Bananas. Don't put them in the fridge.
Yeah.
Kills them.
If you were to store your bananas in the fridge, the whole ripening process would be substantially slowed down. Outside of slowing down the process, your banana skins could end up blackening with a bitter flavor due to the fridge's colder temperatures, a condition known as chilling injury.
Do you have a banana basket?
No, I have a banana hanger.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Very
right.
nice.
It's a little
Yes.
hook.
Yeah.
Like a banana
little
hammock.
torture
yeah.
device, a little BDSM for your bananas.
And do you guys leave the plastic on the bananas now that we learned?
I
that?
do.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, yeah. It's a condition known as chilling injury. Store your bananas outside and away from sunlight with plenty of air circulation to avoid the buildup of ethylene gas, which can cause them to ripen too quickly. Melons should not be put in the fridge.
That's before they're cut or after?
It's a good question.
It's before
Before,
they're
yeah,
cut, Kathy.
It goes in the fridge. I put it in the fridge after.
Yes,
Yeah.
likewise.
Melons put on their best performance when stored outside of the fridge. Room temperature seems to help increase the fruit's antioxidants, lycopene, and beta-carotene as well. Mangoes.
Outside.
Hold off on refrigerating mangoes until they've ripened. Too soon, you can slow down their natural ripening process.
You know the joke,
If
Brett.
you store your mangoes in the fridge, they can too soon they can slow down the ripening process.
If your husband doesn't like a good fruit joke, then you better let that man go.
Yes. Hang on. Okay.
I like mango.
Mango.
All right, what else we have here? Avocados. That's another one. Rochelle puts those in the fridge. You're not
Outside,
supposed to.
yeah.
Another fruit that are typically harvested before they've actually ripened. And it's best to store your avocados at room temperature until they fully ripen. If you're eager to eat them, you can speed the ripening process by placing them in a paper bag. Once they fully ripen, you can store them. Oh, you can store them in the fridge, but wait until they've ripened. It will extend their shelf life if
Yeah.
you put them in the fridge. Okay.
Wait, what's the paper bag thing? What does that do?
For if you have a open can of booze and you want to go right
To hide your booze. I know that.
I assume it has to do with the gases that are released as things are ripening, as they are quote unquote. They're starting to actually
Rot,
deteriorate.
yeah.
And I guess it helps.
Keeps it in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess it helps just move that along. Cucumbers. No, they're not really a fruit. It says, while it's a popular choice to enjoy cucumbers when they've been chilled, you can end up overdoing it. If you store your cucumbers in your fridge for too long, they can end up with undesirable watery spots and even spoil at quicker than normal rate. 3 days is the recommended time if you do store them in the
Kathy,
fridge.
will you storm out of a restaurant if their cucumbers have watery spots?
No, but
No booze and watery spots.
That's something that I put in the fridge.
Cucumbers? Yeah, we do too. All right, and the last one, peaches. You can end up dehydrating that peach, which can noticeably diminish the flavor of the fruit.
You dumb bitch.
And your peaches are perfectly fine being left on the counter. They can be at room temperature. And then it says this, but it's not a fruit. Eggplants?
Nah, what the hell is this?
The best spot to eggplants is in a cool, for them, the best spot to eggplants, is in a cool, dark area of your kitchen away from sunlight. They're prone to chilling injuries if you put them in the refrigerator. So, interesting list of things that you're not supposed to refrigerate.
This is a weird description of the eggplant according to Wikipedia. It says it's Preston. It says it's an edible fruit, right?
Oh.
But listen, and then it goes, this absorbent fruit is used in several cuisines, blah, blah, blah. Typically used as a vegetable in cooking.
Yeah. What the? Well, I guess.
So it's a berry by botanical definition.
Yeah.
So I guess related to the tomato, chili pepper, potato, blah, blah, blah. But like when used in cooking, it's considered a vegetable.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I wish you had this information because I don't have all of it, but that certain fruits shouldn't be stored next to each other.
Oh,
What is this?
I don't have that.
Well, so I just got a text
Because of just fighting?
Do you want to save that for next week?
what fruits should be stored next to each other?
Yeah, I'll as for the connoisseur next week.
All right, fine.
We'll do that.
Okay.
It's a tease.
I'll do a little
I like
research
that.
and I'll have
Thank
the
you.
details
Yeah.
for you.
All right, we need to find out if you know what movie this food clip is from.
Come on, Tom, say it with me, you pancake-eating mother.
All right, deal.
Hey, you're welcome.
All right, we will go to Erica, see if she knows. Hey, Erica, good morning.
Good morning.
Erica, what Kevin Costner food clip is that from?
It's from Draft Day.
Draft Day. Yes, absolutely correct. Hang on the line. You're a winner.
And you won a pair of tickets to the International Sumo League Presents World Championship Sumo. And that's going to be next Saturday, June 15th at the Hard Rock Atlantic City, live at Edis Arena. And you can come see the biggest show on earth.
All right, Case, let's do this one next, please.
All right.
All right, let's see if you know. There's two of them, actually. There's two of them. All right, here's the next food clip. Let's see if you can identify this.
Well, he really hit the shit out of that one, didn't he? Held it like an egg. Yeah, and he scrambled the son of a bitch. Look at that. He hit the bull. Guy gets a free steak.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. All right, order up. All right, this is kind of interesting. When you think Mexican cartels, you think drugs. You don't think tortillas. But reports now say that the cartels have infiltrated the tortilla business.
Oh,
Wait,
no.
It appears that the cartels have been able to gain more political clout by extorting money from a variety of locally owned businesses, and that includes about 15% of Mexico's tortillerias, resulting in a price increase of 61% for tortillas.
Jeez.
They're driving the price
It's driving the price up.
Yeah, I had a story about Chiquita Bananas not that long ago, having to pay, that was in Colombia, I believe.
Like criminals pay them off.
Yeah, big time. And they're being sued because they were, somebody was saying they were complicit in murders and things like that because
they were saying we had no option.
Yeah, they were saying, look, we tried to keep the business going.
Right.
So sometimes there are nefarious things afoot in industries you didn't realize.
Are there any brand names attached to it? Because I buy Mission tortillas for whatever reason.
Scarface tortillas.
It's probably the price of all of them because everybody's going to try to stay competitive, Nick, no matter what the brand is.
Yeah, I don't know, Nick.
All right.
Yeah, we buy those Mission ones too.
I don't know why, but they are the preferred tortilla of the McElwain household.
Do you get the burrito size or the?
Well, it depends on my mood.
Okay.
Do you know it's a good brand?
Those are huge.
Some weeks we are interested in the burrito one. Sometimes we go quesadilla size.
Try the Pablo Escobar brand. They're
All
really
right.
good.
Do you keep them in the refrigerator?
Yes. Well, actually, I buy them in bulk, so you can freeze tortillas for a little bit. So I'll buy like the multi-pack of Mission tortillas, Kathy, and you can keep one sitting in the fridge and then two others in the freezer.
Okay.
All right. What are you making with your tortillas?
We do a lot of what we like to call breakfast slop tortillas. So this
breakfast slop.
Yeah, we'll have breakfast for dinner. So it's like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, peppers, a little bit of onion chopped in there,
little salsa,
Casey.
Loose sausage,
ranch dressing goes on there as well. A little hot sauce.
No loose sausage.
No loose sausage.
What?
No. Maybe we'll toss some of that in this weekend. But I like making quesadillas. Grilled chicken.
I want to ask about some more ingredients. Avocado.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And so going back to the avocado thing earlier, we've talked about this before, but there's like a really specific amount of time where you can have an avocado where it's fresh and ripe and whatever. But we do, like, if we only use half the avocado, we'll put the other half in the fridge and it keeps for another day or two.
Nick, you make me, actually, there's a question, you make me so wet. No, Nick, you reminded me of something that was
out of nowhere.
The avocados. Were we not talking about a device that you could put, it is sort of a monitor?
Yeah, they were trying to, there was a device that they've come up with that they think is going to be easier to use to identify riper avocados.
I know. It's pretty cool, right?
I'd throw 3 avocados away yesterday.
Oh, is that so annoying?
Doing it.
They're not cheap.
No. Well, and here's the deal. It's like, boy, I'd really like to have some guacamole tonight.
Yeah.
And you get to the grocery store and you're like, nope.
They're rock hard.
No way. They're rock hard. And then you got to play the waiting game. Probably, 3 days? Something like that at least. And then by then, I forgot we had avocados.
Let me ask you a
Or
question.
I don't feel like having guacamole anymore.
Do you, I would say on a regular basis, have deer in your yard or in your neighborhood?
Over for drinks.
Because we have
regularly.
a ton. As a matter of fact, our HOA was asking, they sent out a survey because there were so many of them that they were going to do like a controlled kill. But when our fruits and vegetables go bad, we just chuck them out back for the deer.
Oh,
yeah.
Is that promoting the deer population in the
I don't
area?
give a
No,
crap,
then they
dude.
eat my flowers.
Dude, Kathy, oh my God. We went and bought flowers, and I got my mom a rose bush for Mother's Day.
Did they eat them? All of them are gone. Yeah.
His mother.
Bitches?
So my mother-in-law told me that if you put cayenne pepper on it, it'll keep the deer away. I got there too late. I mean, it was gone.
Yeah.
We planted it on a Monday, and it was gone on Tuesday.
Wow.
I actually have them on my Ring camera eating my flowers.
Really? So do they, question, because we will, and we've always done it with the deer will eat that.
Yeah.
Will they?
Yeah.
Will they eat, but will they eat
tortillas?
Pumpkin and stuff like that? Or will
the
they eat all
squirrels
vegetables?
The squirrels love pumpkin.
Squirrels got you
Okay,
covered
all right,
on
good.
that one, but
Yeah.
they do love apples and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, the raccoon will come.
That's true.
And
There's
then
There's
the
a raccoon.
comes.
There's a raccoon family that comes actually on my Ring camera in the backyard. I see them.
Hi, Kathy.
They come onto the patio at night, and it's a mom and little babies, and just hang on my patio.
They swung over to my neighborhood last night, Kathy, because the recycling bin went out this morning, and all of it was across the street when I was leaving the driveway today. Yeah, thanks, raccoons.
Okay, so the cartels are running the tortilla prices up, just to give you a heads up. All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from.
Well, he really hit the shit out of that one, didn't he? Smelled it like an egg. Yeah, and he scrambled the son of a bitch. Look at that. He hit the bull. Gotta get some free steak.
All right, we'll go to, I love that clip. We'll go to Sandy. Hi, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Sandy. What movie is that from?
Bull Durham.
Of course, it's Bull Durham. Yep, hang on the line. You won.
You won a pair of tickets for the International Sumo League presents World Championship Sumo. It's going to be next Saturday, June 15th at Hard Rock, Atlantic City, live at Edis Arena, and you can come see the biggest show on earth.
All right, Casey, we're going to do this little feature that we do, if you don't mind giving me a little. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
No.
I
We
have
gotta
to
do
play
movie
movie
first.
clip first. All right, what movie? And we're doing the Kevin Costner version of food clips this week in honor of our time with the gentleman. And here is the movie. Here's the clip. What movie is this from?
They say they're going to repeal prohibition. What will you do then?
I think I'll have a drink.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. It's one of the great ending lines
terrific.
of any movie. All right, now we'll get to another story, and it's time for Fast Food Roundup. Oh, yeah. All right, I got a couple stories from the world of fast food, and I'm going to link them all together here. So obviously fast food has gotten more expensive, but how much more expensive? New research shows us just how much prices have increased. Finance Buzz crunched the numbers from 2014 and compared them to today's prices to determine which fast food chains have raised prices the most in the past decade. So I have the top 10 here.
Lay it on
If you're
us.
interested. You want me to start at the top? Or work my way up.
Start from number 10 and head down to number 1.
Number 10, Panera has increased their prices in the last decade by 54%.
What?
Wendy's has increased their prices at 55%, along with Chick-fil-A and Burger King and Arby's. So that's 10 through 6 there.
Okay, hang on
So
a
their
second.
prices have raised by 55%.
All right, so in the last month, I've been to all of those places.
Oh, are we just keeping track?
Yeah.
All right, number 5 is Jimmy John's.
Haven't been to Jimmy John's this month.
62%. We should have that clip from John Travolta.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can go Burger King. Number 4 is Chipotle.
Yep, definitely was there this month.
They've raised 75%.
75, well, yeah,
Woo.
okay.
How about Taco Bell?
Come on, man.
Of course.
I'm there right now.
Number 3 at 81%.
Wait, that
In the past decade.
In the past,
10
yeah,
10
yeah.
years.
All right.
10 years. yeah.
Can I go back to Chipotle real quick because there is I'll call it a hack because I don't know a better word for it. But if you want more food when you're
Right.
having your
Bring a
burrito bowl
gun.
made, no. Well, I mean, yes, but you're going to go to jail. If you want more food in your bowl, Pretend like you're filming them.
Yep, that's a hack that people have come up with.
Get out.
And some people they don't like the idea of that. That you're kind of,
Like, I'm here making my reel.
Yeah, that you're kind of putting them on the spot. But yes, supposedly if you have your camera up and you're filming them, they will give you a little bit more.
Oh.
Because they don't want to be seen being chintzy, I guess.
I'm going to do that.
Do that everywhere,
I'm just,
Kathy.
I'm just thinking of like specific places.
All right, number 2 on this list is Popeyes.
Okay, funny thing about that is I wanted to go to Popeyes yesterday, but I was outvoted and we went to Auntie Anne's instead.
So you wanted to.
I wanted to.
In your heart, you went to Popeyes.
In my heart, I went there.
Okay.
Yes.
So they've raised their prices by 86%. And the number one, and the only name you haven't heard yet, raising their prices 100% in the past decade. Mickey D's.
Wow. Yes. So
McDonald's.
they took a survey of the perception now of fast food as more of a luxury.
Yes, that's exactly it. That people now call it a luxury to go to fast food
It
restaurants.
used to be your salvation if you were on a limited budget.
Now, on top of that, I had the top restaurants in the world, the best restaurants in the world. I now have the Tectomic has come up with their annual top 500 report, which lists the top restaurant chains in the U.S. based on sales from last year.
So who's the leader?
This is where people are going to. They're going to McDonald's.
Yeah.
That's number one. They've raised their price 100%, but still more people go to McDonald's than any other restaurant in the country.
It's funny how pervasive that is. My wife, who's not a big fast food person, just started craving McDonald's and went to McDonald's on her own. It's always looming there on the horizon.
I wonder, though, even though they raised their prices 100% over the last decade, if they are still the cheapest option of the fast foods.
I don't think
and that's
they
why
are.
most people go there.
I'm not sure.
Probably has to do with they have the most locations, I would assume.
They
too.
also have, they
hamburgers.
They have cheap options, right? So, like, listen, you can't go wrong with a McDouble. It's great. It's cheaper than a double cheeseburger, and the only difference is just one slice less cheese on the McDouble.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's the only difference?
That's the only difference.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So number 2 on the list. By the way, McDonald's made $53.1 billion. Like they're far and above the top. Starbucks was second with $31.6 billion, followed by Chick-fil-A in third, Taco Bell fourth, Wendy's fifth. These are the best performing restaurants in the country.
And Starbucks is right behind McDonald's?
Yeah, it's because they charge $1,000 for a cup of coffee.
Good
I've
point.
had their burgers, though. They're not that good.
Wendy's is number 5. Dunkin' is number 6, followed by Burger King at 7, Subway at number 8, Chipotle is number 9, and rounding out the top 10 is Domino's. So those are the best performing restaurant chains in the country.
Also, you have to talk about, Casey, if you talk about profit, Starbucks is everywhere.
Yeah.
Every friggin' where.
Well, I mean, the footprint is really small,
But like McDonald's, there's so many locations.
So many of them.
Yeah.
What was that? The old, on average, the typical American is no more than 1.5 to 2 miles from a McDonald's.
Yeah. I need to go. I haven't been to Taco Bell since they announced their Cheez-It taco wrap, so I need to get there.
All right.
Is there still one right down the street here? Or no?
Yeah.
All right, one last fast food story. Arby's has a limited edition golf club available that looks like their hamburger. It's called the Arby'sBurgerDriver.com. You can go to that website.
You've got to get that.
I don't want that.
Yeah, when you go to go to the most hoity-toity course
club.
in the area and break out your hamburger club.
Yeah, it looks like an Arby's sandwich complete with bun, meat, vegetables, and cheese in its design.
I love it.
Imagine you're there with like top golfers. You've been invited.
Isn't it your 25th anniversary next week, Preston?
It is.
Yeah.
I know
Rochelle's looking for
exactly
something.
what I want. So they're doing it to promote their burger.
Oh.
So it's the Arby's Deluxe Burger.
By the way, I'm a fan of the Arby's burger.
I haven't had it.
Absolutely.
I told you I had a pretty off-the-wall order a while back. I saw they had a gyro.
Yeah.
And I ordered a gyro.
How was it?
It was really good.
Yeah.
I was surprised.
Do you know it used to be one of my favorite, the Roy Rogers burgers at the rest stops. You know, you can't beat a good rest stop burger.
You're right. All right, that's Fast Food Roundup. Let's see if somebody can identify what movie this is from.
They say they're going to repeal prohibition. What will you do then?
think I'll have a drink.
All right, I'm going to go to Kyle. Yo, Kyle, good morning, bud.
Hi.
Hi. All right, Kyle, movie, please.
The Untouchable.
Yeah, it's a great line, great movie. And you win, so we're going to set you up with something, buddy. Here's what we have.
All right, you have our final pair of tickets for the International Sumo League. They present World Championship Sumo next Saturday, June 15th at Hard Rock, Atlantic City, live at Edis Arena. Come see the biggest show on earth.
All right, it's 7:50. Can I do one more?
Una más.
All right, Case, we got to do that one, right?
Okay, yep.
All right, yeah, let's play this final Costner food clip. Let's see if you can identify this.
So what do you want?
I want them to stop looking to me for answers, begging me to speak again, write again, be a leader. I want them to start thinking for themselves, and I want my privacy.
No, I meant, what do you want?
Oh, dog and a beer.
All right. 215-263-WMMR call right now. All right, order up. We only have time for one more. Do you guys want ice cream, candy, or soda?
Kathy, we'll give you the choice.
Candy.
Candy. All right, we'll do that. You would have gone for ice cream.
Well, I feel like we always talk about ice cream.
We do.
Who cares about soda? No one drinks it anymore.
Oh, no.
No. Now we're going soda.
No.
I don't drink soda.
All right, so I have a friend, Sarah, who they were about 60 miles south of Tampa. She left her soda there, and they drove away. She made them turn around.
Go back and get it.
And go back and get it.
What?
60 miles south of Tampa, that's where Sarah Soda's was. Yes!
Oh, my God.
Boom!
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Lord.
He nailed it.
Wow.
He did. He reeled us in.
It's the weekend.
I sat on that for 2 months, guys.
I love it.
2 months I sat on Sarasota.
Look at Steve's face. Look at Steve.
I don't care.
I'm trying to pull up any human emotion attached to that, but I simply can't.
Steve.
Yeah.
You had the mango joke.
You did.
Yeah, but that was not mine. Is that a dad joke, or did you make
That's
that
a
joke?
dad joke.
That's a dad joke, yeah.
Oh.
He's not making these up.
People send these to me.
I was just going to say, do people email them to you?
You know what I haven't created a file yet,
Oh,
so
you
like
have
my
to.
file is everything in my head.
That's where Sarah's soda was.
60 miles south of Tampa.
Okay. All right. Oh, boy. Ooh.
All right. There you go.
All right, so we
Yeah,
covered
you want
all
an oyster?
three. Candy, ice cream, and soda.
Do you want to go take a look at that garbage? Yeah.
All right, so I will tell you the soda thing, and I'll make
Okay.
it quick. So Dr. Pepper is now tied with Pepsi as the second most popular soda in the U.S.
That's actually pretty huge when you stop and think about it, because that, the Pepsi and Coke neck and neck for a long time.
Yeah.
That I've always, by the way, I've always been a fan of Dr. Pepper. I've always contended that Diet Dr. Pepper tastes closest to its sugary counterpart.
I agree with you. I love Diet Dr. Pepper. Nick I was in Scranton 2 days ago, and Nick had recommended that I go to this pizza place, and I went in there. Dude, their soda refrigerator was full of RC Cola.
Oh, you don't see RC anymore.
You don't in our area, but in like places like that, you do for whatever reason. Like if you're in Central PA or Northeast Pennsylvania, like RC shows up. I don't know why. I don't know what the rhyme or reason is for.
All right, trivia question. What does RC stand for?
Royal Crown.
Royal Crown.
Oh, Royal. Okay.
Absolutely correct.
Royal.
All right, and then the other, the candy story is that Reese's has gone big and announced a new mega-sized jumbo cup that is equivalent to 4 of their king-size cups.
Because that's what we need.
They say that the new giant cup maintains the peanut butter to chocolate ratio.
That's the whole thing.
the
That is the
problem.
whole problem. And a lot of people don't understand. Sometimes when they do these things, they just jam it full of the peanut butter, and you lose the chocolate to peanut butter ratio. If they maintain the integrity of that, I would consider it.
But they already have.
Talk to my people.
They already have a giant one. What?
Well, this is the mega-sized jumbo cup, which is the equivalent of their 4 king-size cups.
It comes with Ozempic.
They said that they claim that 79% of consumers say that the jumbo cup is even more filling than both the regular and big cups. And you can expect to see the new jumbo cups beginning this summer while the supplies last.
We talked about the weird phenomenon of the belief, and maybe it's psychosomatic, maybe it's not, that the different sizes can affect the taste. I believe that this is something that is very prevalent in the candy world. Do you agree, Kathy?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from.
So what do you want?
I want them to stop looking to me for answers, begging me to speak again, write again, be a leader. I want them to start thinking for themselves. And I want my privacy.
No, I meant, what do you want?
Oh, dog and a beer.
All right, let's see if we can get a winner. It is Ken. Hey, Ken, good morning.
Preston, you want to have a catch?
You know how much I love that movie. All right, name it, Ken.
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams, of course, yeah. Hang on a second, Ken. We got a prize for you, bud. What do we have, Case?
All right, we have a pair of tickets as MMR rocks John Fogerty, the Celebration Tour with special guest George Thorogood and the Destroyers. That show is tonight at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Info at WMMR.com.
All right, and therefore we wrap up the Connoisseur for today, dear friend, the Kevin Costner tribute. All movies from Mr. Costner.
The Connoisseur.
I love it. So we will take a break and come back in a moment. I got some bizarre file stories I think you're going to want to hear about. And then after that, Donnell Rawlings is stopping in. Later on, Andi Summers of The Police will be joining us. He's got a show at the Sellersville Theater. We'll have tickets to give away to that show, too. Stay with us.
He doesn't want to besmirch the nanny staff, which he had a relationship with them as well. But he's saying Kim's not being the mother she needs to be because she's with that Pete Davidson.
All right, then you have grappling with his kid's privilege. And he writes, he spits, when you give them everything, they only want more. Bougie and unruly, y'all need to do some chores. Rich-ass kids, this ain't your mama house. Climb on your brother's shoulders, get that top ramen out.
Ooh. Okay. So, all right, he had me at ramen.
He had me at ramen. God save me from that crash just so I can beat Pete Davidson's ass.
That's it.
And my new bitch bad, I know Illuminati mad.
Yeah, man.
How did he drag the Illuminati into
I don't know, but he's obviously a big fan of that point in history.
They mad, so he found out about it.
All right, we're looking at the video that Casey was talking about. Yeah, Madonna's over-emoting in this particular video. She's moving around a bit too much. She's making a spectacle of herself.
I'm 60 years old. I got to act like a...
Okay.
And what's the context of this
Well,
video?
she's made them snickerdoodles because she's grandma.
Oh, all right. That was nice of her.
Is anyone you want cookies?
I would.
Snoop, do you?
That's pretty much the only reason they invited her. Yeah.
They're piping hot and they're great with milk.
All right. Let her in.
All right, last bit
Yo,
of...
who let your grandma in?
Last bit of lyrics are his public romance with Julia Fox, and he wrote, Oh, no, that was it.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it. Talking about I know my new bitch bad.
New bitch bad.
I know Illuminati
So
bad.
beautiful.
So there you go.
My
That's
new bitch bad.
the latest on the tube.
It's definitely a study in narcissism because she has a relationship, he has a relationship, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yee.
If you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their their taste back, but it can be a while.
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree.
Ooh.
I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts
do
tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. You know, we're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're
Yeah,
not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that
legit.
tastes like anyway.
It's all edible, and
or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
Is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
Listen, I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and,
Right,
and there was
yeah.
another thing where
Yes.
if you like burn an
A burnt orange.
peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, it's not real. No, it's not real." Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yep.
Yeah,
Anger eating.
All right,
I
so
get it.
have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything, and it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, but and there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work, because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you,
if
man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I guess you... Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The little,
Because of the texture.
little treats.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the texture. Like Steve said,
But if-
you're constantly searching for something. So, like, yeah, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right
like,
now,
It's
that's
like-
because I can't taste anything.
Can't
Like
you-
zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find
know?
something that like is
Will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
Putty?
loaded
Yeah, you
with.
could. Case, you could.
Yeah.
All
Those
right.
are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then
Let's
we
hear
need
it.
to do this after the contest.
Yeah,
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over
Yeah,
her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, the headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, oh, yeah, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And, Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting
Okay.
the because
It covers up her nose.
exactly.
So we have a
But
full...
I do want to try to smell it afterwards
Scuba
if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
Password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well,
I
fully?
mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand
Okay.
me, I can sip it without
Nah.
smelling, and
All right.
because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll She'll put it in your hand. Okay.
Man, I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's. I want to say like a. I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay. And what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch a boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever want to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now? 'Cause
Yeah,
I
what
can
is it?
smell Is it hot sauce?
No, it is
No.
not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water?
A little bit.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to use some water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's say we're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream. Like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you. One of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to get
it. But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Very quickly, shout out before we ring in our Friday song. This says, it says, "Hey, good morning, Preston. My name is Mike Lopergolo. And on the 7th, I'm going to be marrying my best friend, Brooke Fowler. And we grew up listening in South Jersey to WMMR, and we now live in Orlando. But we still make it a point to listen to the show on the app.
Orlando.
Since it always makes us feel a little bit closer to home, and it would mean the world to get a shout out to celebrate the day I get to marry the best woman in the whole world. Thanks again, and love listening to you guys. So that's from Mike. So here you go. Good luck, guys, and thanks for checking in. We do appreciate it. All right, let us do the Frogget thing.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can get inspired as you cruise through 3 floors of decking, pavers, outdoor furniture, umbrellas, and fire pits, all staged in the largest outdoor showroom in the country, Route 309 in Hatfield. We'll start with the story out of England, so it doesn't just only happen here. The mystery culprit, who has been dubbed the Disc Dumper, was filmed in the act outside the town's Little Movers Camping and Outdoor Shop. What I'm saying is this guy had taken a dump in a public place. His deposit was discovered by staff just to the right of the main gate when they arrived at work in the morning.
That's his spot, huh?
And what's interesting is they checked the motion-triggered camera system and found the footage showed the man defecating for an astonishing total of 40 minutes.
He took a 40-minute dump outside by the gate.
40 minutes long.
Was he reading a paper or something?
Within 40 minutes, you can find a toilet somewhere to go to the bathroom.
Absolutely. It's also not good for you to spend that much time hunched over taking a dump.
The firm posted a message on its Facebook page saying, "We're little movers, not little poopers. And we have you on camera in all your glory. We await your letter of apology."
This reminds me of the guy who was taking a dump on the track.
Harry Eves, the store manager, said if he sees the post, we just hope that he thinks twice before doing it again. It happened early Thursday morning last week, and Mr. Eves speculated the man could have been an early morning train passenger because the shop is near the train dis station, and the man was spotted on video shortly after the first train at about 5:15 in the morning. Armed with some gloves and a shovel, Mr. Eves disposed of the deposit in a nearby portable toilet. He said the rain probably didn't help.
I think if you're going to do anything like that outside, you're quickly, right? It's not a 40-minute proposition.
Yeah, no, you do it because you have to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
you've been pushed to those limits.
Yep. A group of wannabe luxury car thieves in Queensland, Australia have run over one of their own in a 12-ton tank.
Whoa!
And ultimately thwarted their own plan. 3 hooded figures broke into Mark Torreno's workshop to steal his prized collection of cars on Friday. One man went to work on the back of the tank with an angle grinder, while another tried to reverse the military vehicle in haste and crushed him in the process.
Jesus.
The driver climbed out of the vehicle, rifled through several drawers, and ran away while the injured man was pinned against a bollard. The thieves still managed to get away with the keys to 3 cars worth more than $500,000 and full of sentimental value. Torreno said, it's really upsetting because, these are 2 of my dream cars from when I was a kid. Then just to see someone bust down the doors and try to take them and 12 tons of military vehicle thwarted their plan.
It's my lucky tank.
The tank is currently being restored to raise money for the Tough Times Foundation, which builds wheelchair-accessible vans. Listen to this. For most new mothers, the first 48 hours of their newborn's baby life is purely magical. They think of little else than their new love bubble and perhaps how much they're looking forward to a decent night's sleep. But for Elizabeth Waggart, who was 36 years old when this happened, it was the time when she was told that she was facing a lifetime of paralysis following a catastrophic childbirth injury that she was unaware had even happened. She gave birth to her daughter, Darcy, following a grueling 72-hour labor.
It's insane.
When it was time to get up and go to the bathroom, she realized she couldn't move. Everything from the pelvis down felt dead. She had received an epidural injection more than 24 hours earlier, but doctors said the numbing effect should have worn off by now. A neurologist visited her bedside and believed that she'd likely suffered nerve damage as a result of a prolonged stretch in her pelvis. And if the feeling hadn't returned yet, there was a chance that it never would.
And it didn't?
Well, it took a long time, and she only got some of it back eventually.
Wow.
But years. It took this happened in 2021.
I have a friend who that happened to. She was completely paralyzed, but it came back, I think, a few days later. It came back, obviously, before she left the hospital.
So is it the position they're in that's causing the paralysis, or is it the epidural itself?
I don't know.
It was the position. The test showed her it was her sciatic nerve, the largest nerve in the body that runs down the spine and back of the legs, had sustained severe damage it was unlikely to repair. It marked the beginning of a 2.5-year nightmare, which saw the new mother confined to a wheelchair for 7 months, unable to get up and tend to herself, let alone her baby. And Kathy, studies estimate around 40,000 new moms experience some form of nerve injury due to childbirth each year, and the whole paralysis thing is not unheard of.
Do you want to know who could probably beat this? It's the guy who takes a 40-minute dump.
Yeah.
I also have another friend who she had twins, and her kids broke her pelvis in
Broke
delivery.
her pelvis?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How big were these babies?
Well, I don't know, but there was 2 of them, so.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all we're going to have time for right now in the Bizarre File. We got a guest standing by. We have a couple of guests we're going to get to in a moment, so we're going to break, and we're going to come back. Our friend Donnell Rawlings will be in the studio, so stay put. Returning shortly.
Preston.
So sweet, savory. What is the reaction?
No, vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing:
it doesn't taste like vinegar.
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? The FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about I think she was going to say fudge. FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
It's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Chocolate sauce.
That's what you would put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not bad.
But it was kind of guessing. And not going, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it? Try that.
Yeah.
one?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh no!
But smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat. of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
different
water.
Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it, too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that the sweet stuff I
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a little
sweet.
bit?
You're rocking sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in that says sweet is the last taste to be lost even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging. This
That's why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Wow. Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
well, good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Chocolate and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. You're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find 1 or 2 things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
You know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy, had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with...
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
So eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm
perplexed
not like a
by
huge fan. I think it might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth's.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Can we look?
So we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times. Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what
I'm a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to like...
Yeah, just stick your tongue in
tongue
there.
in it.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. And she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a
It's
heartbeat.
cinnamon.
Oh,
It's just
God.
straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah, nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoni and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It doesn't
alcohol.
taste anything, but I feel like maybe is
Like
it
vodka?
Like a vodka or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that, because as you... Outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house and, he knows what I like to drink and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give him the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something for this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl. She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
it. Smell it.
You can smell it. Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay.
Wow.
Any? But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
It'll cure everything.
There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Yes.
Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's going to be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Didn't get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, so but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Kat?
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Ah, straight up hot sauce.
Yeah,
What's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out of,
Seriously?
they're out of Newport Beach, California. Rolling around the city in the evening, dipping into Helium Comedy Club for a show. I think that sounds about the perfect thing to do this weekend. And we'll see a good friend of ours who's here in our studio. Donnell Rawlings is back.
I don't appreciate the fake energy. And the only reason why I'm here is because Will Smith and Martin Lawrence skipped this part of press. And then you guys said, what's the next black thing we can do? And it's me.
I'm going to tell you what.
So, no, it's some truth to that.
Yeah, no, you're closing up a week, though, that started. We had Mr. Kevin Costner sitting in that chair at the beginning of the week.
So I'm amongst good company that have touched this microphone.
Exactly right.
And I want to let everybody know that we're listening to a podcast right now.
We are.
Because the kids don't like certain words. You got to put podcast on it.
Right.
All right? We're listening to an audio recording of a podcast.
Listen, as I was walking by the hallway here, you were chatting with some of the crew in our Acme.
Go ahead and say it. I was talking to the white chick.
Well, you were given some social media advice.
Conversation. I don't know if it's advice, but good.
Well, yeah. I mean, and looking at your Instagram, you got over 500,000 subscribers, so you know your way around.
Kind of, sort of, but the weird thing about it is kind of hard to gauge that because I'm saying to myself, I'm like, oh, I must be shadow banned because this is what I said. I said, I only got 500,000 followers.
One of the first things you said when you walked in today was, you wanted to get a picture. You took a picture in front of the Preston and Steve sign out there because of how Instagram and social media have become a full-time job in and of themselves.
Yeah, and it was like, I'm an older guy. You can look at the chin and you can tell how many years I've been coming up here. It's like the 20th year in a row.
Rings in a tree.
It's one of those things where, a lot of people of my age that came through, what is it, terrestrial?
Terrestrial, yeah.
Yeah, those terms and everything.
You're a radio guy.
Yeah, I'm a radio guy.
Yeah.
So they don't exist anymore. And eventually, I think things evolved. Now from social media, when it first started, people were like, who wants to know about that crap? I'm a comic. I don't need to do this and everything. But now, it is definitely a tool at some point. Everybody doesn't have to embrace it. You have some talents that don't ever have to get on Instagram or anything. But it's a tool that can help you extend your brand, so why not embrace and figure out a way around it to do it?
I'm going to tell you something, and we've had a number of comedians and people come through, and the truth of the matter is the skill set you picked up from terrestrial radio, I think will make sure your podcast and everything that you do, it's presented in a way that's designed to hit as many people as possible. We've had so many comedians come in here, and there's so many insane amount of separate podcast shows out there. But the ones that sort of adopt this approach, this sort of, you know how to do it. You have all the skills.
Right.
They'll do better by employing this same sort of style. Would you agree with
one thing about social media and everything, here's the sad part about it. You don't really have to be good at anything anymore.
We've noticed that.
You just got to know how to promote it.
It's true.
You don't have to be good.
It's true.
When I was coming up, to make money, you had to be likable.
Yeah.
That was the one thing. That was even with music and anything. You don't support too many things you can't stand or hate. But you had to be likable. Now you just got to be consistent with your posts, and even with negativity, you can become rich and famous. You can become rich and famous by people disliking you and hating you, because it all comes down to: are you engaging in this click? I hate him, but I'm going to click. I love him, but I'm going to click.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a dude who is and Donnell, perhaps you're familiar with this, a younger guy who is literally like kicking in doors in people's homes. Going in, I mean, this guy was performing criminal acts, but had tons of followers, and it's like, but you're right, you don't. You're
gonna do that in one of them gun-toting states, and it'll be the last time.
I have to take
that to Ohio.
My son, he would show me videos, and I would have to explain him, like, this is why this is not funny, right? Somebody driving through a drive-through and then throwing a milkshake at the person. I'm like, that person's just trying to pay their rent.
But he's not gonna. You can be the.
Dead
you
horse.
can be that forever. Yeah. Your definition of funny, his definition of funny is totally different.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, and I am going to be a heel, I want to talk comedy.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, I met this young lady backstage, and it wasn't anything inappropriate. And this was before the Me Too era. Really took that down. And she was like, I'm a comedian, right? I was like, let me see some of your stuff. She's like, well, I do these skits. I was like, that's not a comedian. She was like, yes, it is. I was like, it's not a comedian. Then I realized that the definition of comedian has evolved into something else. I've been doing it so long that when you say comedian, you immediately associated that with stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Right.
Like, okay, you're a comedian. Oh, you tell jokes. But then she was like, no. Then I said, what's the definition? She pulled up the Webster definition of comedian, and it was one who entertains an audience through humor. So what her definition of it was true. And what my definition was different, but I normally associate comedy with stand-up.
Yes.
But comedy has evolved so much right now.
Yeah.
And you can't even get mad at people always ask questions. You've been an older comic, and you see these young guys starting. How do you feel about the evolution of comedy? How do you feel? I was like, it's not a lot of people that are good anymore. The reason why, when I started, to get the girls, to get fame,
right,
and to get money, you had to get good.
Yes.
That was your incentive.
You had to hone a craft.
Yeah, you had to do it. But now, these YouTubers, and again, I'm not mad at them, they're getting rich and famous before having the skill set. So how do you tell somebody you need to practice on your art form if they're already getting success of it on that area? It's hard. They won't listen.
Are you seeing? Because I'm started to see it. And mind you, I'm active. I watch a lot of YouTube stuff, and we're creating content. Marissa handles so much of that. But after that initial wave, that second act is hard to come up with if you've never learned how to make a first act.
But another thing, to add to that, that's cool. But even in my business, you can be doing it. You can be doing it over 20 years, 30 years. But then there might be 3 years that you really getting it.
Right. Okay.
It's like probably the highest money, the most fame. And then you take that for what it's worth, and maybe you can figure out something else to do with it. But they don't need the crazy thing is, they don't need a long career.
Huh.
If you look at some of the top YouTubers and everything, they use their platform to create content to get money. And then a lot of them are smart enough to go out into other businesses or whatever. If you get that lick, just take advantage and do it.
But if you want
But I will say this. You come to my show, right? You're not going to get, and I'm not knocking nobody.
No.
You're not going to get, how long you guys been married?
Right. You're
not get married? You're Dr. what? Dr. Dre? Boom. All right, where are you from? China. Chinese China? Boom. You're not going to get the guy that's searching for a joke. You're going to get a guy that really cares about stand-up. I'm not knocking any of that. When I first started, crowd work was shunned upon. You look at crowd work, if you did 30 minutes, you'd be like, I did 30 minutes. Yeah, but 20 minutes was crowd work, so you only really did 10. So I pride myself on putting the show together. I always like to keep my show open where I can improv, but I'm not fishing. That is not a part of my show. It can be.
I got you. Yeah. No, absolutely.
What's fun for you? What's a fun night for you on stage at a show?
A fun night for me. Earlier in that day, I came up with some new stuff.
Right.
Like a premise or something that makes me feel good, where I know that the first time it comes out of my mouth, it's going to rip.
Yeah.
Yo, when I'm in that zone, like I like when I'm in the green room and somebody say something to me and I'm like this, I'm taking it on stage. It was like when I'm like right now. When I'm having a good day, because I can be funny having a bad day. I got so many baby mama jokes y'all don't even want to hear. I got so much toxic relationships, love bombing, gaslighting, trauma. If I hear trauma one more time, I'm going to give somebody some real childhood trauma. But if I'm feeling good, if I'm feeling good and I go on stage, that's a real good night. It doesn't have to be. This is what I hate when comics say, that crowd was weird. No. That crowd is never weird. It's always you.
All right.
It is always you.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
I do appreciate you saying that because, the different crowds can be different.
Yes.
But you as the performer, your job is to,
make them laugh.
Read the room, make them laugh.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, and I will say, I've had shows where I know like, woof. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like jokes that I usually could hit the joke and go take a sip of water, dance around stage, and come back.
Yeah.
When they not paying attention like that, you don't get a chance for no break. It's like a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a go. But those are, even sometimes, those are the most challenging shows. I've been at comedy nights when every comic is eaten, right? And you could easily say, oh, man, everybody bombing, this is going to be one of those nights. But I'll figure out a way to try to dig deeper. You don't know what mind state they're going to be in.
Yeah.
It's our job to be able to dig deeper and figure out a way. Well, that crowd was real drunk. Well, then you got to meet them halfway.
No, you're right.
It's
there. You're there to entertain them. So you say, how many times is it that you get up on stage and you thought about something the other day or had an exchange? You said, I'm going to incorporate that into the act tonight. It hits. And does anything ever stop, besides maybe it becomes an old reference, how often does something just stop working?
When I don't want to do it anymore.
When you don't want to do it anymore.
And then probably so because I'm more of a role comic than anything. So I got to, when I get bored with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
My boredom may be a new set to somebody else. You know what I mean? The material still has to make me feel good. I want to do it. I flip my set probably every 5 or 6 months.
That's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
But then it all depends on how I'm feeling. Sometimes I could come up with a new 20 minutes. My thing is what the talking point is going to be. If I feel good about it, I can just rip. But I don't recycle jokes too much. You might get a classic of mine, like you go see Bruce Springsteen, you're going to want to hear him sing Born in the USA.
Right.
I got a couple bits that I'm pretty sure by now people know it's coming, but they still like the performance of it, and I keep doing it. One of the best compliments I've ever received is, you know what, Don, I've been watching you in this comedy club for like the last 10 or 15 years, and every time you come, you have a different set.
Yeah.
My idea of knowing I'm doing well, and I don't know if this applies to all comics, when you can make the staff stop working and the guys in the kitchen come to the door.
Yeah.
When you do that, like I do clubs, and I'm like, wait a minute. The dishwasher's not paying attention right now. I must be dogging this. But when I feel that, because you're talking about people that see everybody. They see it all the time. They see the same thing. And you know if you can hit home with those people, you know you've really done what you need to do for the audience.
Well, they talk about, comedians. And, and the people that will get that will get the comedians and the people working in the clubs who are kind of jaded to all this to pay attention. So you're generating a ton of new material often.
Always.
Yeah. And so how do you actively sit down and write during the day?
I don't sit down and write.
Okay.
Mine is reps, you know?
Okay.
Like, if I write anything down, if it's something like I almost killed my baby mother over Christmas.
Okay.
That's just a line enough. That's 30 minutes right
there. You go. You got it.
All I got to do is look at it, but I'll just write down like bullet points. But I like to
starting lines.
Yeah, just the premise, because I never have a punchline. I hardly ever write a joke. It's a story.
Right.
And the more I do it, the more the joke will develop. That's why sometimes I have to walk away from stuff, because I'll just keep adding, and I got to let it go.
Right.
Yeah.
I just did my Netflix special, New Day, came out February 27th. And I did that 3-4 months ago, and I already got a new set. I've had people come up to me, well, we had your Netflix in the queue, your special, but we didn't want to watch it because we felt like you was going to do the same material. And to those people, there's not, the set that I have now, there's not one joke that was on my special that's on.
It's wild.
Yeah, usually by the time the special comes out, people have moved on to new stuff for the next special or whatever.
Yeah, but some people are lazy. I mean, you got to get ahead of it.
Yeah.
It don't really jump on your back until he's like, oh, it's coming on a day. You're like, I can't do that joke no more.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing, though, because a lot of times, and you learn it quickly. I did stand-up years ago, but you learn, and you said it, you're exactly spot on. The audience wants what they want, and your job is to make them happy. So if there's something that they want to hear, if they want to hear a Donnell bit that they want to hear, then you give it to them. But you have to learn that early on.
You don't always give it to them.
You don't. Yeah, but I'm saying, but a lot of times, you as a prolific generator of material, I used to think, no, on to something new, onto something new, onto something new. And then what happens is you realize sometimes people appreciate and enjoy you and the way you're doing it, and there's singers can walk out on stage and they'll go, thank you for remembering as they break into a song, but it's not the same with the comedian.
Yeah, just sometimes, and there's certain things that I know certain things, like whenever I go, people they want me to say the phrase from Chappelle's show. They like, oh man, I could do an hour and 30 minutes, and they be like, you didn't say it.
Yeah. How much Chappelle stuff do you get?
I get a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, and I'm not mad at it. You have some people out here that get known from a certain thing, like, oh, don't call me that. I've done so much other things since then.
Right.
But I know in this business, it's so hard to be recognized or remembered by anything. So if you want to remember me as beautiful on Chappelle's show, if you want to remember me as Ashley Larry, I got a connection with you.
Yeah.
Both of them are LLC right now, so you can even write a check to Ashley. The Ashley Larry Foundation.
Good move.
The Ashley Larry nonprofit. I got copyrights on everything. You try to use Ashley Larry, I'm coming for your neck.
Donnell.
But I embrace it. I enjoy it. I'll tell you, 30 years plus I've been doing this, and I still feel as excited today as the first time I ever went on stage.
It's great.
Well, you got to love that.
Yeah.
And you win if that's the case. I'm looking at a clip on your Instagram of the Netflix special, A New Day. That's a good-looking suit you're wearing in that.
I had to step it up, man.
It looks good.
And that special represented so much to me. It's like, people are like, how do you feel about getting a Netflix special? And to be honest, it would have been, I would have had a different feeling toward it if it was like, say, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when I was making a name for myself and I wanted a calling card. I wanted people to know me. It would have been like, yeah, now they know I do stand-up.
Yeah.
But after my career, like, I'm known enough to be able to make a good living doing it. So I think this special fed the need of my fans and friends more than anything. Because they've seen so many people with garbage specials. And it's got to a point people like this, when are you going to how do you keep passing on you? So for me, it felt good that people that's been following me for years got to see me perform on one of the biggest platforms. You can come see me, you can go watch that special, but the real deal is live. There's 2 times that you can really enjoy a comic, right before a special and right after a special. Because the energy they build, and you never perform as good the day of the special as getting ready for it.
Okay.
You're never going to do
That's why routinely you do 2 performances again.
You do 2 performances. Yeah. My story is even crazier than that. That one that aired, that was the 3rd attempt of it.
3rd attempt.
And the story is, a couple years ago, this was during the pandemic, Dave, I was working out in the cornfields with Dave Chappelle where he was doing these shows. And it's the first time he got to see me like every night, like really focused. And he approached me, I want to do your special, I want to do your special. I was like, all right, whatever. So we was like, we got to get out of this pandemic. We couldn't find a venue and nothing was closed.
Yeah.
Couldn't have an amount of people. Then there was a venue in Charlotte, North Carolina that was open. And we was like, we could schedule it. So this was like 2 years ago. So we scheduled a special. We had two tapings. I went on stage. I destroyed the set. Got a standing ovation. Chest bumped Stan Latham. High-fiving. We announced that Earthquake special under the home team, Elder Brother, was coming out, and my special was coming out. Dave hadn't really looked at the footage, right? So maybe 2 weeks after we announced that these specials were going to drop, Dave calls me, and he's like, man, I know you're going to get mad at me. Anytime somebody say you know you're going to get mad, they know you're going to be mad at them. Right? He was like, I know you're going to be mad. He said, man, but I want to shoot your special again. And it was all you heard on the phone was this. He said, hello? He said, I want to do it again. I say, okay, as a comedian, if someone says they want to reshoot a special, the first thing you think as a comedian is that, it wasn't funny. That's the first thing. You don't think production or anything. Right. So I said, tell me how do I go from standing ovation, crowd going crazy, high five, to you want to shoot it again. He said, Donnell, you one of the funniest comics I know. He said, I could put you in front of any room. You will rip the crowd. He said, but that doesn't make it a great special.
Okay. Did you agree with that assessment?
No.
Yeah.
No. I was like, give me another one. I was like, to hell what you talking about. In that moment, it was funny. Right? No, and I didn't agree with him.
Yeah.
And then after he said, I said, okay, now you got to say, tell me why. He said, I've seen you do those jokes better. I was like, I've seen you do jokes better than what made the special. I said, in that moment, was it funny? He said, yeah, but there was a lot of COVID material in there, which would have instantly dated it.
Yeah.
With the mask, it's that. I did a lot of COVID jokes.
Right.
He said Netflix had took away half of my crowd because they was really strict on the COVID protocol. Where's your card? You don't have it. So a room that was holding 600 went down to 200.
Right.
And he said, Donnell, out of everybody that I'm producing, your relationship with Chappelle's show, your special is the most anticipated out of everybody's doing. Not to slight Neumann, not to slight Earthquake, but I'm like, you think Donnell Rawlings, first credit you think of me is from the Chappelle Show. So that was done. And then he was talking, but then, when he told me that the check had cleared already.
Right.
And it was one of the biggest checks I ever seen in my life. So I said, okay, I'm here. Listen.
Yeah.
Right. I'm like, continue. Right? I'm like, and furthermore, to add to that. So
I'll listen.
And that was the first shot. And then the second time, we were doing some shows in Napa Valley. And when he goes on the road, he records everything. He has an archive of any time he's been on stage probably in the last 20 years. So he's looking at one of the producers in agreement with just me, the producer, Ricky Hughes. Shout out to Ricky Hughes. And he looks at her and he says, Ricky, how many cameras do we have here? She said 5. Then he looks at me and said, do you want to shoot your special? I said, when? He said, tomorrow. I was like, I don't have a suit. No. I was like, I want to be, and I did have a suit. I didn't have a tie, whatever it was. And the thing that excited me about this time is because nobody knew what we were doing. I didn't have to worry about a guest list. I didn't have to worry about flying my family in. I didn't have to worry about that spectacle of It was only 3 people that knew we were shooting for a special.
Oh, wow.
It's
like guerrilla style.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I didn't have that pressure. So, and I ate that crowd up, right?
Yeah.
Here he goes again. Maybe a month of that, he was like, I'm going to do your special. No. I said, well, the word special doesn't sound special anymore. Right? He said, I want to do it again. He said, why? I said, why? He said, I didn't like the production. I'm like, you're the producer.
Right.
Is this self-hate? Yeah. He's like, I didn't like production. And like, he's real anal. Like, he's always told me, don't compromise on production. And then he was like, well, a couple of times people were walking while you were on stage. And then I was ready to argue with him. I was like, well, Richard Pryor, one of his biggest specials live at Sunset Strip, one of the biggest jokes was people walking in and out.
Yeah.
And look, the white man, black man took their seat, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I wanted it to feel old school in the moment. So what? Somebody go in the bathroom, if I mess with him. Then he was like, well, the lighting. I'm like, it's your light. Then I'm like this. I was like, can we fix it in post? Right? He was like, yeah, we can, but if you want to do it, it's your specialty. If you want to do it, we'll do it. But I'm telling you, I said, I want to do it. And he was like, but I'm telling you. I listened to him again. The next one was the third one was New Day. And I really respect everything he said when I got to that point, because in that moment, the energy from the crowd, the way I felt, the way I dressed, the way they took it, I was like,
That's the one.
Day. And even when, I'm telling you, a good friend, the Nina Simone song, I'm great, A New Day. He asked me, are you married to that song? I was touring with that song. He said, oh, is that a deal breaker with you? I said, Dave, I can't tell you how to spend your money, but that song means so much to everything. He said, that song's going to cost us $60,000. I said, you rich, bitch. I said, you get it. And he did it. And it was like a classic.
60 grand, man.
Yep.
Well, listen, the people can actually see, if they can see you live. They can see the Netflix special. They know they're going to get new material.
Yeah.
Obviously you have a solid fan base, and the weekend's going to be perfect for that.
As long as there's no sports going on, I hate this town when y'all winning.
We got day games for the Phils and a morning game on Sunday.
So you're fine.
You're good.
And by the way, there's 3 shows. There's a show on Sunday, too, which you usually do when you come into town. You usually pull 3 nights in Philly, don't you?
It's a good time. And I got to say, sometimes people get a bad rap, especially by that incident with Bill Burr had here. But I'm telling you, this is one of those cities, when you win them, and they fans for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Helium Comedy Club. Do not miss Donnell Rawlings tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday as well. HeliumComedy.com. It is good to see you, sir.
You too.
Thanks for being here. Donnell Rawlings. We're going to take a break.
Thanks for letting me be on your audio program.
We'll be back in a moment. Andi Summers of the Police joining us next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
So it's very, it's very
powerful.
hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that? I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like the taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Did you put that as on
but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
all right,
definitely.
2 more. This is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Yeah, stick it in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Okay. Love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it, smell it, and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know, maybe there's pepper in it? No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give
right?
you a piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could, that's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
Your favorite brand as well. It's Nobilo.
Oh,
wow.
I get nothing. Nothing.
That's a shame.
Oh, man.
So, Kath, let me ask you then.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the...
Yeah, that's it.
People will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a taste. And so...
Kathy can tell those taste differences.
And you can tell those taste differences. So water, for you, like, legit has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it
so
has
you
a
can,
taste.
but
right now.
Right now.
Oh, yeah.
It has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's
So to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive, though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? You know, so you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that you could that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that
And
was,
so maybe if
Have
you
some
really
pickles.
want to taste something
Put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the...
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought so many
no problem.
things,
There-
so.
it
You wanna
has
see if you can smell it.
the
Kath?
honey has a taste to it.
Does that like spiced habanero or
There's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid
Oh,
it.
what? Like it's
It's
flavored honey.
certain
It's got
honey?
another fruit in it,
Oh,
and I
right,
would be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Yeah.
geez,
All
sorry.
right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get it?
No.
Nothing?
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. You know, hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400
and-
days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I
400
really
days.
hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating. Just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not really snacking because what's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about
You
so
know?
hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have
it's
said coffee is a big inciter.
well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously,
Right.
so I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it
Yeah.
at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because
Right.
I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think
And
you'll
I'm
try?
like, oh my god, wait, that's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean,
Try
if it
it.
doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano Taste Test. And, you know,
we cured her.
Tracks are yummy.
What the f- is that?
The Flyers lost in an overtime shootout against the New York Islanders last night in South Philly. The team stretched the shootout to 9 rounds, but the Flyers extended their losing streak to 9 games.
The is that?
Oliver Wahlstrom scored in the 9th round of the tiebreaker to lift the Islanders to a 4-3 win, keeping the Flyers winless in January.
Casey was looking for the Ferris Bueller clip of 9 times. But we don't have it. It would have been perfect to play it twice this morning during sports. Our buddy Jerry Blabbert, the Geeter, will be joining us. He's got his first show at the Kimmel Center Cultural Campus in years now. Because of COVID, these haven't been happening. So he's going to be super fired up, even more fired up than he usually is. And there's a lot of classics that are on board, including freaking Frankie Valli.
Frankie Valli.
Frankie Avalon. Freaking Frankie Avalon.
Freaking little Anthony, the Chi-Lites.
Well, I guess so. Who else is that? The
Darlene Love.
Darlene Love,
Freaking the Vogues.
That's cool. Gary U.S. Bond, so he's pulling out all the oldies and goodies.
Press, you know how many times we've had Jerry Blavat on our show?
Probably 6 or 7.
No.
9 times.
Really?
Yep.
9 times. 9 times.
No
kidding. I'm glad you got that. Very few times. There are very few moments that we can actually use a clip like that, and today we can use it.
I mean, I can't believe the Flyers went 9 entire rounds last night without scoring. 9 that they didn't score a goal last night.
9 times.
Right.
All right, so didn't they have a stretch earlier this season where they lost 9 in a row as well?
Well, they've lost 9 in a row.
10?
Now they've lost 9 before.
9 times.
Before they lost
9 times.
Yeah. And then last night, 9 entire rounds of the shootout. Wow. Yeah.
That's crazy.
9 times.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But the good news is the Sixers have won 9 of their last 11 games.
Oh,
9 times.
Yeah.
9 times.
9 times. All right, well, maybe we'll celebrate that the entire day today.
it's a beautiful thing.
Hopefully we don't get to...
I love it! We're going to pray that doesn't happen. Listen, we can't let a Friday go by without talking about some food stories. I want to make sure that we do that now.
It's time for the Friday edition of the Connoisseur, the most popular version of the Connoisseur.
It'll be a quick one. Today is National Pie Day.
Sunday.
Oh, is it Sunday?
Yes, I just wanted to send that to you so that you were armed with that knowledge.
Okay.
And we all like pies, don't we?
I love pie.
Yeah.
Well, why
I don't have pie enough.
No, but why don't they do Pie Day on Pie Day?
314.
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, that's it. That's when that should be. You're
You
right.
guys prefer pie or cake? Like if you had to choose.
Well, it depends on which kind of pie and which kind of cake.
All right, so if you're saying, and I understand the parameters in the most general terms.
Yes.
With the accumulated vast array of pies and the accumulated vast arrays of cakes, I'm going to have to go with cake with the acknowledgement that I adore pie.
If you took my favorite cake and my favorite pie and put them in front of me, I would go with the cake.
I'd go with the pie.
Would you?
If it was my favorite pie and my favorite cake, well, it depends.
See?
I mean, there's
What's your favorite pie?
Remove a la mode.
The first thing that pops in is a great apple pie. Just a well-made apple pie. You just can't beat it. But like a coconut cream pie is freaking
God, we have
fantastic.
such different taste palates. Oh my God, Nick, I would.
Yeah, you hate hot fruit.
I would go 100% cake. That's the main reason. Is most of them, a lot of them, have some sort of warm fruit in it.
So for me, the pies, like if you're talking apple pie, blueberry pie, I love. I'm not a big fan of cherry pie. But Boston cream pie.
What about key lime pie? That's my.
I love key lime pie, and I don't know, and I love lemon meringue pie.
Okay,
let me throw this at you. Pies are made with more love than cake.
Yo,
I think that's
how can you say that?
What a horrible thing to say.
Nope, I know
It's made with disgusting hot fruit. You call that love?
To me, it just seems
I
like
think
pies are
no.
just kinda
It's more difficult to make a pie.
I think
than I believe than a wonderful cake.
I think there's more love in a pie than there is in a cake.
disagree. You know, listen,
especially if you pleasure yourself.
If it's
Cake is
all
willy-nilly.
homemade, maybe, but willy-nilly. Are you kidding
Willy-nilly.
me? You just chuck stuff in a pie crust that's already been pre-made or whatever.
Yeah, that's what an amateur says. Yes,
You would say that.
That's what a Marxist says.
If you can do cake mix, and that's kind of a cheap way for a cake too. But Steve, watching the Great British Baking Show, which I've referenced
my God,
far too many times, when they make a cake on there and it's like a cake made with love, I think like if it's a chocolate cake and it's a cake made with love. I'm gonna err on the side of cake over my favorite pie.
Cakes are decorated with love. Pies are made with
pies.
love.
To get it, here's the deal. Now listen, since you've all acknowledged that I'm the expert on this issue.
We have.
We have.
For the purpose of this,
this argument, I am an expert.
Preston has a legitimate point to the actual making of the apples, the syrup, the whole substance, the meticulous nature of it. You're more likely to accidentally make a good cake than you are to accidentally make a good pie.
I don't know.
But
well put.
But I still believe,
acknowledges
right?
Steve Morrison.
And since you've all acknowledged that I am the expert,
Right.
Well, then why don't you get birthday pie on your birthdays? Because it's not made with love, and cakes are made with love. This is I love you. Here's a cake because I love you.
I don't believe it's bereft of love. For example, my mother used to make me my favorite devil's food cake with she'd have the different layers joined by grape jelly and which helped. Was very thin, little bit of grape jelly.
Okay.
And then she'd make the homemade chocolate frosting.
Yeah.
And to me,
love.
probably one of the greatest cakes I've
That
ever
says
had in my
love to
life.
me.
If I compare the greatest cake experience against the greatest, now mind you, my pie experiences have been incredibly rewarding. But I had a Nutella cake one time that was so good, and it's like they talk about the luster cocaine, like and all that, chasing the dragon. I feel that I've been doing that now. I haven't been able to replicate that taste in a cake.
Okay, team cake here. What about a lava cake and all the oozing chocolate? I mean, come on.
As far as I'm
love.
concerned, Kathy,
Nobody said anything about lava.
I don't care. The lava. No one can ever down talk lava, even if it's the kind that's wiping out villages.
Right. I have a new
because it's associated with the chocolate lava, and I love that.
I have a new controversy to throw into this.
All right.
Cheesecake. Is that cake or actually a kind of pie?
All right. If here's what I'm going to tell you.
It's absolute garbage.
It's got a crust. Shut your hole.
Cheesecake is garbage.
Cheesecake is Preston.
There's a whole restaurant chain named after it.
Cheesecake is extraordinary. I would say this: you have more of a
like a
case
pie
to
than a
say
cake.
it's a pie because you're not. What you're eating is not cake.
Right.
So you have to have a cake element to it. I love. Give me a classic cheesecake. Give me with a little bit of chocolate in it too. I'm thrilled.
By the way, I love this text I got. It says you don't put cake on a windowsill like a pie.
WMMR.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good.
I'm annoyed.
I can understand.
No,
Nick
you
got confirmation yesterday that Mr. Summers, Andy Summers of the police, will be joining us right about now, and we just haven't heard. We're getting silent.
To be honest,
it happens.
I had an earlier fallback plan. We could just talk to Andy Summers from our sister city.
We could bring Andy Summers from XT
and ask him about the formative years of the police.
Yeah, no, they're probably still on the air, aren't they?
Okay, yeah.
So I don't think we can do that right now. Or should we call them live right now? And
we have their hotline
we'll be
number?
on their show, and they can be on our show. And no, I don't want to ruin their program.
I think she's done. Isn't she done at 9?
They done at 9.
I listen. I don't know. I could be wrong.
That'd be awesome.
We're on the air. How would we know?
Yeah,
I
how
don't
would
know.
we know? All right. Anyway. All right. Well, we could do the junk drawer if you
We
want.
could, okay.
Or did you have something you want to
Well, I
bring
just
up?
wanted to tell you guys that my son, he passed his driver's test yesterday, so we have another driver in the house. And I wanted to, he also had his first experience putting gas in the car.
Yeah, I do want to hear about this.
And it was a comedy of errors, and I sent him to the gas station.
You were not in attendance when he went.
I was not in attendance. I had sent him some Apple Cash so that he could pay for gas with the Apple Cash. My daughter's done that a million times. He couldn't get that to work.
Did you indicate to him ahead of time what he needed to do?
Yes.
So you have walked him through. Has he pumped gas before?
You know what? My wife said he has.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Andy Summers on the show with us. Live in studio. Oh, my God. Andy, come on down here.
Yeah.
Come on. This is, what a surprise.
Casey, we had a fallback.
We'll get back to that story. So, when you first joined the police. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Andy Summers from XTU.
So
funny story about that. I was at my son's football game on Friday, and one of the dads came up to me and was like, "Hey, I heard you're going to be on Preston and Steve next week." Yeah. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, oh my gosh. And they were saying the nicest things about you.
Well, we're big fans.
He was like, they were calling you the great Andi Summers. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. And then later it occurred to me that it's not me at all you were talking about, but the great Andi Summers from the Police.
Well, we often have to classify it as well because you're right on the corner. Like Andi Summers, the musician, Andi Summers. But it's okay.
Well, I've never asked you this. Is that your real name, Andi Summers, or is it a stage name?
It is a stage name.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's actually not. I mean, I grew up a huge fan of the Police.
Yeah.
And it just kind of worked out that way. That
Your real
Andi
name is Bono Sting.
So Andi is my first name, but it's actually from Brett Summers, believe it or not.
Oh, from Jack Klugman's ex-wife match game?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got my last name. It's not even as good as that. So Elliot is my stage name. And I got that. I was searching for a good name, and it's when I moved here to Philadelphia and was working at WDRE, and we wanted to come up with a stage name for me. And at the time, there was this Australian TV show host named Gordon Elliott.
Gordon Elliott, yes.
I thought he was kind of cool and charismatic, and I'm like, hey, how about Elliot? And everybody's like, yeah, Elliot sounds good to me. I'm like, all right, that's it. I'm Elliot.
It's so funny how these names come into being. Yeah. And what I learned, so my name is my name, and I over the course of years, Preston, when you would do a gig, or maybe it happened with you, you'd go do an appearance and they'd make a check out to your...
To Andi.
Right. Oh, I still have issues with it. I still, from time to
So
time,
what
it
happens? Do they have to reissue it?
Well, not with checks, but like at will call and things like that. And eventually you have to find somebody who knows.
Yeah.
Or I'll have to give like 2 or 3 names for a hotel reservation. That's when it happens a lot. When they book us, if we go on a trip or something like that. And I'm like,
I can be one of 3 people.
Don't use Elliot. And I give them my actual name. They end up using Elliot anyway.
And what's your middle name, Andy?
It's probably not the same as Andi Summers, but the great Andi Summers.
What you call
it is great, actually. It's Andy Great Summers.
Andy Great Summers.
That's how you can tell the difference. He's the great Andy Summers, and I am the Andy Great Summers.
Yeah. Hey, do you guys wrap your show at 9?
No, 10.
Oh, you're still on the air.
Still working right now.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate you taking that. You did what the guitars for the police would not do, which is come in during your show. So
I mean, this is what I do for Preston and Steve. Yeah, love you guys.
Well, we love you too. Thank you.
Tell them I said hi. Send my regards, please. I got to get back to work.
All right, we'll see you later. Thank you, Andi Summers.
Wow. While her show is on.
WXTU, the country station right around the corner from us. And Andy still has to jog to get there in time. She's actually making her way down the hall.
I have to put on a long song.
All right, I'm sorry, Casey, back to your story. So Seamus, if you are just tuning in, Seamus got his driver's license, Casey's son, and he went to go fill up gas for the first time and had some issues. We haven't heard exactly what was it that happened yet. You gave him some Apple Pay money.
Yeah, so I gave him Apple Pay because he and my younger daughter were going to go to Qdoba afterwards, but my older daughter, who had the car first, left it with like negative gas in it. I'm not one of those people that has to have like a full tank of gas all the time, but he barely made it to the gas station. And the gas station is only 1.5 miles from my house, and he barely made it there. So he gets there. And he thought that, because I was going somewhere too, so I was kind of trailing him. And then he thought I was going into the gas station with him. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing this. You're almost 17 years old. You know how to work technology. It's a gas pump. It's not that. I said, what
I'm sorry. Preston asked earlier and I didn't hear the answer. Had he pumped gas ever before?
My wife says he has.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Okay.
But I did tell him, I said, the gas tank is on that side of the car. So when you pull up, you pull into the gas tank. I said, you
just roll down the window.
I said, there's because you're going to have to go inside.
Right.
I said, pay attention to what number gas pump you're at. You go and you tell them, I'm going to get $40 on pump 5, right? I said, when that happens, I said, give me a call. And I said, I'll walk you through the process of, picking the octane, because I didn't want him to pick a 93 octane because he only needs 87.
Right.
Okay. So first things first, he pulls into the gas station, and then he calls me. He goes, where are you? I go, I'm driving away. He's like, I thought you were coming. I go, I never said I was coming in there. So he goes in to go pay for the gas, and the Apple Pay doesn't work. And he has zero cash on him, okay? Like none. My daughter, who was with him, had $2.75 in quarters. And then, so he ended up buying $2.75.
It's like a Cracker Jacks commercial.
So he ends up spending $2.75 on gas. And the one time he actually listens to the words that I say, I actually misspoke because I said, once you're done with the gas, you can go home. And what I meant to say was go to Qdoba and then you can go home after that and you're going to have plenty of gas. But he didn't. He heard me say go home, so he just went home and he never even got his Qdoba. But then when he didn't have to take the gas cap off of the car, then he pumps the gas. He couldn't put the gas cap back on the car. And I'm talking to him on the phone, trying to talk somebody through a process without seeing what they're doing is really, really difficult.
So was your plan was to not, you were resolute not being there when he did it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, also it was like out of my way. I mean, I didn't want to
Right.
turn into that gas station and then have to fight the traffic getting out of the gas station. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be able to handle it by himself.
I think I was shown once by my dad.
Yeah.
And then that was that.
I pumped gas. I think I was in second grade for the first time. And
I used to pump gas for my parents when they would go to the
all
gas
the time.
station.
In fact, it was hey, can I pump it?
I'll do it.
Yeah. We'll have a gas fight.
But listen, I mean, I wish there was like some sort of great payoff to this story, but
Yeah.
and there wasn't. It
He
was
robbed the gas station.
It was just annoying.
Listen, we've talked to people from New Jersey who will drive out of state. So, we'll drive from Pennsylvania back over to New Jersey to get their gas. They will not go. They're intimidated by the gas
They're
pump.
very intimidated. Let me ask you a question. Are there parts of Jersey that are where you can pump your own gas?
I think
so.
I pumped gas at a Wawa I think it was a Wawa on 322.
Okay, because I remember clearly pumping my own gas at least a few spots in Jersey, but when we went out to do the Keenan's broadcast, yes.
Yeah.
And it might have been the same Wawa, Kathy. So the Wawa out in Wildwood, they've got a whole staff ready to pump gas there. And so I was like, oh, yeah, I totally forgot.
But
Because I
also-
got out, I started to reach for the pump. And
If you are driving a motorcycle, or if you're filling up a boat, or like a lawnmower gas can, you do that. That's all self-serve.
All right.
Okay.
In New
I
Jersey.
wonder if sometimes they have people at the gas stations in New Jersey that they will have somebody who comes up and refuses to allow them to fill their tank for them.
I wonder that because
You know what I mean?
it's such a reflexive thing to get out and do that.
Well, and for whatever weird reason
Yeah.
that they might feel violated by letting someone else put gas in it. I wonder if they ever have issues like that. I don't know.
And by the way, can you force that?
Yeah, good question. Don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't it kind of the law?
It's illegal to pump your own gas in New Jersey.
Yeah.
It's still everywhere.
Yeah, it's the only state. Oregon last year lifted that. So New Jersey
Go
is now
back home to Oregon.
New Jersey is now the only state in America where it's illegal for drivers to pump their own gas.
Back home to Oregon.
What about
Jimmy.
that one Wawa that I pumped gas at?
I think it's illegal.
So I did it. I must have done it a couple of times,
According to
Kathy,
this case.
illegally because I clearly it was a Wawa where I pumped my own gas.
Why was Qdoba part of that story?
Because the whole reason he was going out was to go to Qdoba.
I knew there was a
But then
point.
he got in the car and there was zero gas in the car. So then we're like, okay, got to go get the gas. And by the way, somebody was texting in. I did end up FaceTiming with him because it was so hard.
To that point,
Yeah.
Casey, my dad is technically challenged. He's the opposite of Steve. And so anytime we want to walk him through anything, we FaceTime with him because you can literally look at
Only
what
way.
he's trying to do and help him. It's one of the great things about FaceTime.
Do you know what I don't like though? Is the person who, when you're trying to help them, is just perpetually flustered. Pre-flustered by everything. I don't know what button it is. Have you looked at the buttons?
Well-
are you looking at the buttons?
The other interesting aspect of FaceTiming with my dad, Steve, is that sometimes the phone is right here and right in front of his face. And so you get real good close-ups of my dad's eyes.
Or the aggressive button push. Okay, there are 9 buttons on. I already pushed it. You pushed it already? I did not finish my sentence.
I hate you.
More than anything. Right?
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
Why did you do that?
Hang on, I'm going to go to Mary. And I know we've talked about this before, but let me go. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Blame Andy Summers.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. What's up, Mary?
I refuse to pump gas at the price it is. I'm sorry.
You refuse to pump. You refuse to pump it at the price that it is.
Absolutely.
All right. So what do?
You bargain?
Yeah.
No, I drive to New Jersey. I'm a Pennsylvania resident, and I will drive to New Jersey to get my tank filled.
So you'll pay that extra $5 in bridge tolls.
That's over the price of the gas.
I don't want my clothes to smell like gasoline.
Well, there you go. That makes more sense.
I understand.
It used to be much more of a difference for the
Yeah,
price of gas
yeah.
in New Jersey, but they changed, I guess, some of the tax rates or whatever. So it's pretty comparable nowadays. You're not saving that much money.
I did $3.39 a gallon.
4 cents less.
All right. Thank you, Mary. What's that case?
I did $3.39 a gallon a couple of weeks ago on my way home from the shore, and that's the cheapest I've seen it anywhere.
I will tell you this, and I've said it many times before. I know we've talked about it before, but I don't pay attention because I'm going to need the gas anyway.
Yeah.
And that's it. So, I mean, I don't do so much driving that, it'll end up making a difference.
I got Michael on the line, former New Jersey gas attendant. Hey, Michael, morning, bud. Oh, here it comes.
Wait.
What's up, Michael?
Hi. So, I used to work at Wawa as a gas attendant.
Okay.
And at most Wawas, if you just say you want to pump your own gas, nobody's going to stop you.
Oh, okay. And would that happen from time to time?
Oh, plenty of times. What I believe it was Casey said with the motorcycles, boats, and jerry cans. Yes, they generally want you to fill your own tank with that.
Right.
Even though technically it is a law where they have to fill everything, usually they understand that motorcycles are nice, boats are nice, and people generally don't trust gas associates to fill it without getting stains on it.
So when I gassed up my car, I think both times was at when you cross over the Ben Franklin Bridge, is at Wawa, right up there, and that's where I did it. So and I just kind of did it robotically, and no one made a stink about it. But technically, it is illegal. What you're saying, Michael?
It is technically illegal. It goes against Wawa policy
All right.
for them to allow you to do it, but the customer always comes first.
All right.
So,
All right. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. All right. So I guess, from time to time, people may want to, for whatever reason it may be. Like Tom has a reason for that. Let me go to him. Hi. Tom, good morning.
Hey, you guys called me.
Oh, damn
I'm
it.
sorry to bother you at work, Tom.
I have
We butt dialed you.
Preston, and, you typically pull up to the pump. They'll start it for you, but you're putting the nozzle in. You're pumping it because you don't want fuel on your paint.
All right. So hang on, Tom. You own what kind of a car?
I own classic Mustangs. I own several.
There you go. All right. So you would prefer to do a cleaner job. You trust yourself a little bit more.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, I was I'm listening to Mike that was just on, that Wawa doesn't encourage it. So, they'll start it for you. You'll pump it. But then I had the king of the fuel, depot over there comes over and slams it off. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I'm pumping gas. We pump the gas here.
Nah. Wow. Really?
Yeah, I'm
This
like,
is my
"Are you
house."
kidding me?"
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to mess with my $50,000 car?
Right.
Yeah, fine.
Right.
But I mean, that happes though.
No,
Okay.
I hear
All right.
you. By the way, yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
This is another subtopic, but
Does the gas on the paint cause an issue?
It does, doesn't it?
I don't know.
I always felt like it was it got like a little crackly.
It leaves a stain. And so that's when I take the pump out, I tilt it up.
Oh, and you don't do the shake it off like it's a wiener?
I hold my hand under as I pull it up, but just tilt it up a
you
bit.
hold your hand
Yep,
under?
yep,
Oh, hell no.
absolutely, yeah.
If I get gas on my hands, I just bury me.
No, hold a lighter to your hand.
The smell, you can wash your hands
I love it.
100 times. and
I do like it too.
The smell remains on your
I
hands.
do like it.
Kathy's super sensitive nose.
That and Donnell's cologne.
Oh, really?
What?
I wasn't picking up on that.
He's using diesel.
Well, because I hugged him when he came in, so I was choking on it.
So
all
I
winter.
just bought a bought a siphoning tube. I didn't have one at home, and so I ordered one on Amazon because my snowblower never really had to use that this year.
Yeah.
It's full of gas. Well, actually, we did have one snow.
Yeah.
But I am not going to let it sit there throughout the season because we found out it's really bad for it. And
What do you
can't
do
so-
with it, with the excess?
Well, I'm going to siphon it out, and I've got a little container that
You don't want
that'll
to
keep
run
in.
it because if you're going to run it for 9 days.
Well, I did. Like last year, I'm like, all right, I'll just start it up. It ran for like an hour and a half. And also that's sending unnecessary fumes out and all this stuff. But it just sat out there loud as hell in my backyard for like an hour and a half.
What you do is you siphon it off, put it in a container, and then pour it on your neighbor's lawn.
No, it'll go back in the same container that I'll use to refill it next year. But Kathy, if you think getting gas on your hand is bad, try swallowing some of it.
No.
I've done it more than a few times in my life.
Oh, me too.
It is horrible.
I'll tell you where it does come in handy. If you want cheap gas, like in our parking lot, you can just go to a couple of cars.
Sure,
bring that tube to work.
Yeah. So I watched that movie Civil War last night. At one point, they stop at this gas station because they needed gas. Right? You got to stop. But before that very scene, they're driving past all these cars that are dead on the side of the highway. I'm like, why would they not just siphon gas? I want to try that.
I ran out of gas. I don't know.
There were thousands of cars on this.
They were on their way to Chipotle.
Yeah. I just found this out. I didn't realize it not that long ago that my gas tank, I have the one where you push on it and it pops open.
Yes.
You physically push on the outside of it. If I don't have my key fob with me, it will not open.
Didn't that shock you the first time?
I was quite happy, even though people don't go around really siphoning gas that much anymore. I thought that was kind of a cool little thing.
It's a great addition.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times, in the vehicles that you have throughout your life, when that would get frozen or you couldn't get it open.
Yeah.
Or I remember I had for the longest time, there was no cover, no cap on the gas whatsoever.
Yeah.
Or you'd stuff a rag in it.
Yep.
I mean, you're basically driving around in a Molotov cocktail.
Somebody, as a joke, put a little sign in there that says, light me.
Yeah. Kill me now.
Hang on. Mike actually worked at the Wildwood Wawa, the Doo-Wop Wawa. So let's get him on the line real quick. Hey, Mike, good morning, buddy.
Gadzooks,
buddy. What's up, man?
Matt. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I worked at the Wildwood Wawa, and people would come in and they would have if they have a nice car, a nice motorcycle, whatever, they usually wanted to pump their own gas. So that's fine. But you would be surprised at how many people, it probably happens once a month at that Wawa, that people drive off with the nozzle still in their car.
Yep. I believe it.
Yeah, I know somebody who's done that.
Well, yeah, I did it. Now, hang on a second. Because they haven't waited for you to bring the receipt to them, or?
It's multiple reasons. Sometimes they're just pissed off. Crazy things happen at that Wawa. And
really?
I believe it.
Maybe they're just not used to the whole, us pumping their gas for them. In which case, if they do that, we all just stand there like, you dumb bitch.
So they're pissed off and they will drive off with the nozzle in the car?
Oh, of course.
Man.
I just watched somebody at the car wash do the same thing because they were asking the person that they couldn't clean their car there. They were covered in mud and everything, and the people there didn't want them to do it. And they got all pissed off and drove off with the water thing still attached to the car thing. It just took the whole thing off.
Wow. Well, I believe it. All right. Thank you, Mike.
Happen all the time. Thank you.
Appreciate it, bud. All right. We'll see you later. Wow. All right. Well, interesting. But here's the thing, like Seamus, he'll know how to do it now.
Yeah.
He's got it figured out.
Really? Well, you're pissed off because you figure another one has the license and now you can send them out on errands.
Yeah. That's the man. And some of the blowback that I get from that, I'm like, dude, this is why we allowed you to have a license, was so that you could drive people to places.
This is why I didn't pull out.
Yeah.
The blowback from asking for a little
not
assistance?
Seamus yet, because he's only had his license for
So he's
not
happy
even a
to do
day.
it, yeah.
But yeah, my oldest.
You'll get crap?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
like, I'm just sitting. I'm like, so am I. I'm sitting down in everything that I pay for.
Yeah.
Do it.
Get up. Get your ass up. Get over to Chipotle.
Yeah. I need to use that more often. I need to have my kids run my errands for me. Yeah.
Oh, I can't even get Jason to go upstairs and get something. He's like, oh, you are so lazy.
Oh, man. You know what kills me is when something needs to go upstairs and I'll put them
On the stairs?
toilet paper.
And then they walk over it?
I mean, clearly, there are 8 rolls of toilet paper sitting on the steps. They need to go upstairs.
Have you ever done the thing where you block the steps on the way?
I've done that.
Yeah, me too.
The center of the stairs. And
This
still
will get their attention.
just walk over and knock it over a little bit.
Yeah. Would you ever use brass knuckles?
Wait, no, but every time I then have to take something upstairs, I just go, I'll get it. I'll take this upstairs. I'll take the 9 rolls of toilet paper upstairs. Don't worry. You guys are good.
All right. Well, listen, I would like to, before we get into the weekend, do a little junk drawer thing, if you guys are cool with that.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer.
Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, let me see what I can find in here. It's getting full. Okay. Let's talk about people dying for a moment here.
Oh, yes. Nice.
No, everyone's life is different, yet most people still utter one of 4 common phrases on their deathbeds. According to Pulitzer Prize-winning author and oncologist Siddhartha Mukherjee. Each of the phrases offers an important lesson for leading a fulfilling and successful life, he said. This was at the commencement speech at Penn.
I'd like to apologize.
At Penn, by the way.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, so this was just
Cool.
recently, and I'll share it with you in a moment.
I don't think this is one of the 4, but one that gets me, and Steve, it was Steve Jobs. Right before he died, I think he said, "Oh, wow."
Did he?
Yes.
Okay, that might be true. That sounds vaguely familiar.
What, like literally right before they take their last breath?
Or the last statement
thing, and then there's
that they
obviously
make.
the perfunctory. But yeah, the salient stuff. It's funny you should mention this, Preston, because I was reading an article from a nurse, a hospice nurse, who talks about the way the way nature has taken care of preparing us for death, and that you have. She's basically saying, don't be afraid of it, because that things kick in to make your transition.
And that might have been what Steve Jobs was experiencing no, because they have the
not categorically, but for the most part.
I was going to say, I would imagine it depends on the scenario.
If you're getting a shot at with a bazooka,
right,
it's probably going to be unpleasant.
Different situation.
Yeah, you guys have heard of? Is it DMT?
Yeah, it's they do the gossip and news around Hollywood.
No,
that's TMZ.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, DMT is, naturally occurs in the body, and it's something that I guess your brain produces.
Right.
And as you're about to
expire,
expire,
it kicks in, right?
It kicks in the DMT, and they have like synthesized versions of it that people will smoke, and so they get that experience or whatever.
It's like flatliners.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, according to this person, this oncologist, she said, every person that I've met in this moment of transition wanted to make 4 offerings. So this is in different terms, but essentially the same meaning that they're passing along. And the phrases are... the phrases are... I want to tell you that I love you. I want to tell you that I forgive you.
I want to kiss you.
Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
I want to kiss you. Okay.
And you want to kiss me.
You want to kiss me
as well.
You want to kiss me?
You left out one, Preston.
Okay. Is there some of the just improv that
He
you
had a
have
lot
been
of energy before he
come
went.
to know?
Getting through anything around here is so impossible.
By myself, I'll take you physically.
What?
I'm so curious as to what the 4 things are.
We're getting to
I want to tell you that I love you. I want to tell you that I forgive you. Would you tell me that you love me? And would you give me your forgiveness? It's essentially versions of 2 different things, really.
So repeat them again. And was one of them, do you want my love?
No. That was the Electric Light Orchestra. So I want to tell you that I love you.
1.
I want to tell you I forgive you. And then the last 2 are questions. Would you tell me that you love me, and would you give me your forgiveness?
Christ.
Wouldn't that be a great way to go out, though? To an ELO song?
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
You want to kiss me?
It's a great song, but all right. Anyway, people who know that they are dying often express some variation of one of those 4 themes, indicating that they've waited until it was late to show their appreciation for others or right their interpersonal wrongs. And the lesson to be learned is don't hold on to all that stuff for that.
Well, you're looking
time.
for that ultimate, that last moment where you're looking to wrap it up, make peace, cast off this mortal coil.
It said instead they harbored grudges.
You suck.
Lived with unresolved.
By the way, you suck so bad.
They lived with unresolved guilt or spent years behind.
And another thing.
being too afraid to be vulnerable, she said, and the ensuring remorse, stress, poor mental health,
sad, bro.
And even hormonal and immune imbalances can stunt your personal and professional growth.
Get away from me.
So she said that, and I'm assuming that Siddhartha is female. I do not know the sex of this person. No?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay. Then.
Okay. Kathy?
Yeah?
I bet your final words, I would assume, would be no hot fruit.
Go F yourself. That would be mine. Or you dumb bitch. Yeah.
I'm going to a better place without hot fruit.
Might be better.
No hot fruit.
It was so.
So they said love and forgiveness, death and transition, waiting to express yourself merely delays the inevitable. Adding that young people should, quote, take this seriously. You're living in a world where love and forgiveness have become meaningless, outdated platitudes. They're words people have learned to laugh at.
Platitude is a unique creature, don't you?
Perry the platitude is
You know,
my
it's got a
favorite.
bill.
Yeah.
And it lays eggs.
And a spur.
Yeah.
Wait, no, seriously, that people are tend to laugh at I love you? Is that meaningful statements?
At meaningful statements.
Do you think if you can be of a mind and salient enough at the point at which you die that you could have a rehearsal? Like, could you have your... I mean, the classic, W.C. Fields on his tombstone is on the whole, I'd rather be in Philadelphia. What if you could say, like what? No dessert or something.
Right.
So that you can go out like you say.
kicker.
Yeah, you like kicker. Like you say, you want to leave owing money. You want to die owing money, right? So you can have with your own slogan, make sure it's uttered at the point of death.
So I will say, a year ago, my aunt passed away, and the last words I said to her was, I love you. And we didn't say it. There was nothing contentious. There was no
It's just something you didn't say to each other often.
Often, right? Like, every and in the
What was her response? Yeah, big wolf.
You dumb bitch. No, she said I love you too. But obviously, I was very upset when she passed. But just knowing that those were the last words we said to each other, there's a little bit
comfort.
It means everything.
Yeah.
The fact that I was able to say the things I said to my father in such proximity to his death means everything. I can't think of something that's more horrific. Well, I can, but something that is very unpleasant is knowing you didn't get to say something to somebody you really wanted to say to them.
Kathy, do you think you have ever said I love you to me and meant it?
No.
I meant it. Well, I don't think I've ever said it to you, have I? Casey?
But I
love you.
She does. Yeah. And I know she means it.
She does.
You know what she said? I heard her say it out loud after the Sarasota joke.
She laughed hard.
That was.
I love you so much.
I actually want to go back and listen to that because I started to trail off on the story was long, and then I heard the Sarasota come in. So I need to go back.
You had disconnected at that point.
I did a little bit. Yeah.
So, to summarize, coming to terms with the fact that you've wronged or hurt someone can be difficult. Try following these 4 steps, recommends Richard Cowden, who is a social personality psychologist from the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard's Institute for Quantitative Social Science.
What a friggin' title. We know it as Arby's.
So here are the things. Take responsibility for your actions.
Yeah.
Allow yourself to experience negative feelings like remorse and guilt. Give a sincere apology and try to make amends and learn from the experience and move on.
And try docking.
Well, if you have enough foreskin.
I'll say this. Those are all, for many people, easier said than done.
It's like a water weenie.
Listen, it is. Some people
It is like a water weenie.
No. Some people, and I have learned over the years, and thankfully so, to follow through with some of those things.
Yes.
To take responsibility, to admit when you're wrong.
You can't nail it every time, but you can win little battles.
Right. Exactly. You can, try to learn from an experience, to apologize. And also, well, we know a guy who's a great apologizer. But
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy.
This guy is a
Ben
lesson
Affleck,
for all of us.
for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Yeah.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
It took a lot.
If you murder your mom and you put her in a refrigerator, you have to have some remorse afterwards.
He had it prepared.
The man apologized.
In fact, it was a magnet stuck to the refrigerator.
All right. Anyhow, I thought that was interesting and worth
It was very interesting because those are things that, that are profound, but we don't think about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, I'm going to share this one. I saw this yesterday. The lone rata tree that appears to be striding across the landscape in New Zealand has taken the Tree of the Year competition.
The lone rata tree?
Yes. I did not know that there was a Tree of the Year competition, but New Zealand has it.
How come we've never entered?
And if you see it, you will understand why. It's actually really cool. It looks like it is straight out of Lord of the Rings, Steve, one of those walking trees.
So that's what I thought you were going to say. That's when you brought this up and you said New Zealand, I immediately imagined one of those walking trees.
It has essentially, it looks like two trunks at the bottom that are feet, and they appear to be as if the thing is taking a step forward.
It looks like Groot. That is Groot. That is essentially Groot full grown.
It's Groot.
Yeah. All right. So how long have they been awarding Tree of the Year
Since Monday.
Since Monday. Okay.
I don't know. It's New Zealand only. It's the New Zealand Arboricultural Association.
You left a splinter in my ass.
Which runs the competition to celebrate New Zealand's trees. And they said the extraordinary northern rata has earned the name the walking tree because of its resemblance to one of Tolkien's sentient tree like Ents. And the 32-meter tall tree, it's a big-ass tree.
Yes, 90-plus feet.
Which grows on the west coast of the South Island. Captivated the hearts and imagination of New Zealanders with its unique appearance and fascinating life story.
Well, because it has as you said, a split trunk that creates that leg look, which is pretty cool. New Zealand, it's funny, they're very close, but New Zealand is a place I would really want to visit, and I perceive it as being less lethal than Australia.
Yeah, it's so far though, man. It takes that's one of those 20-hour flights to get there. And so, Steve, I think it's one of those trips where, because I really want to get there too. I've never been to Australia either, but
where should you go to first?
New Zealand.
Yeah, I agree.
Without question, I would move to New Zealand if it wasn't so far away. But when you go there, you have to plan for like at least 10 days, maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's just so far to get there.
Hey, everybody, Nick McElwain is here from the States.
What's up, everybody?
Such a beautiful piece of music.
The tree was the clear winner in the third annual competition.
Did any of our seaman trees get into the competition?
I don't think so. I don't think they're native to New Zealand.
Oh, that's right, in New Zealand.
Well, so if this was a global competition, I thought maybe there would be a slight chance that Ursinus College could be part of this conversation because, and it's not there anymore, but it used to be actually a Trivial Pursuit question because they had a tree. It wasn't in the end zone of their football field, but it was just beyond the end zone of the football field.
And it was like, so what would you consider, if you were to think about iconic trees, like for example, in Shawshank, right?
The one that looks like that big oak, looks like a Robert Frost
dead,
poem.
right?
There's
or something?
There's the lone cypress tree. Which is
the Joshua
tree.
Yeah.
Lone cypress? No, it's Pebble.
Yeah, that's right. Pebble Beach.
Pebble Beach,
Not that way. I don't know. There was that one. You remember that somebody cut down in England?
Oh yes,
that was iconic
legendary
for
tree.
Its location, and that one will be up there. I don't know.
One of the Lone Pines for which the Lone Pine Mall was named after.
Yes, that's true.
Used to be Twin Pines.
Used to be Twin Pines.
You ever have a tree on her story, Kathy?
There are champion trees. And Casey, I believe there are 2 or 3 of them. They're the biggest and widest trees in a particular state. And I think 2 or 3 of them are in Morris Arboretum over near Ridley Creek.
You know why
Park.
they're champions? They put the work in. That's it.
That's right, man.
So the country's most photographed tree in New Zealand, though, is a willow that emerges out of Lake Wainaka and has become so recognizable it has gained its own social media hashtag of that Wainaka tree. That's actually pretty cool, too.
I have not seen that Wainaka tree.
Yeah, you have to look that up, Marissa. It's called the Wainaka tree. Or Lake Wainaka, Wanaka. So I guess they've got some pretty sexy trees in New Zealand.
Wasn't that the name of the guy that put the watch up his ass in Pulp Fiction?
Oh, yeah. Wanaka?
Yeah. Well, yes, it is.
Yeah. Is it?
Wanaka.
Yeah.
Man he'd never met before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had the watch up his ass.
Uncomfortable piece of metal up his ass.
I held this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass for 2 years.
Name on
We
Wanaka.
can't say that.
What?
Up.
I just did.
I know,
fine.
and you
Chuck's out
said
today.
it like
Yeah,
3
we're good.
times.
No. All right. Well, anyway. So anyhow, tree of the year, New Zealand.
Tree of the wait.
Oh, did you see the Wanaka tree? Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Really pretty.
Yeah.
The tree of the year, the Wanaka tree.
Well, that was last year.
I stand corrected.
I'd take a tree over a bird any day.
Oh my God.
Trees versus birds.
Trees versus birds. That needs to be in our Jersey Shore 64.
I bet you Dennis boasts that all the time. My wife loves trees more than birds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to something else. In the junk drawer. All right. This one I found interesting. A lot of Americans struggle to spell commonly used words, and new research reveals which ones they have the hardest time with by state. Or at least
interesting.
not necessarily by state. They've taken a national poll, and then they have the states that have the most in common.
What's the most common?
Most common word they have trouble with?
What's the most common word that you inherently have difficulty spelling, or just have to think about twice?
You know what? Definitely.
Definitely, I think is a perennial.
It's a fairly common word for people, and I never really.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you go defiantly most of the time? That's
Yeah.
what I do. A lot of people do that by default.
And oddly enough, genius.
You know what I always do wrong is I type the word Florida, the state Florida, but I always add a Y at the end of it for no reason
Florida
whatsoever.
Day.
I always write Florida Day.
Florida Day and the
Wow.
Nights.
Yeah.
Do you know what I didn't realize so many people had trouble with? The word feud.
Oh, dude, I was just saying that because
Yeah.
I type in Family Feud from time to time, and I'm like, is it F-E-U-D
Yeah.
or is it Fwade?
Casey, when I write
Fwade.
when I write sports for Kathy in the morning, if the Phils played the Florida Marlins or the Florida Panthers are in the Stanley Cup Finals, it's always the Florida Day Panthers, and I have to correct it every single time.
Last week it was the word baccalaureate because my daughter had her
Well,
baccalaureate.
that's
hard, though.
That is
Uncommon.
a difficult one.
All right, so 9 states. I'll rattle off some of these. 9 states were searching most for the words with 11 or more letters, including strawberries in Idaho. 2 states, Wisconsin and Virginia, had the most searches for the words with only 4 letters, and that was ally in Wisconsin and said, S-A-I-D, in Virginia.
Said in
Yeah.
Virginia?
Yeah. Pennsylvanians look up how to spell mountain. So these are commonly used words.
We have the mountains, but we don't have the sea.
And Hawaii had the hardest time spelling the name of the country, Philippines. I mean, that's not used that often.
No, it's not.
In Texas, they looked up how to spell physique
Okay.
most. And in Arkansas, it was the word exercise. See, I think of that as pretty damn easy to spell.
You know what's weird about the Philippines is that the country is PHI and then the rest. But if somebody speaks Filipino, they started with an F.
Yep.
That is interesting.
It is weird.
I don't know why that happened.
So this is more of a grammar question, and I'm asking you, Nick, because there are compound words where I'm like, as I'm writing it, I'm like, I feel like these are 2 separate words, right?
All right.
So a word like anytime or a word like every time. Are there instances where you should separate the 2 and make them 2 separate words?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't know why and when. And I think that's a good question. You'll talk about, I'm going to, every time I go to the gym, that's 2 words.
Yes.
But anytime I go to the gym, it's 1 word. But sometimes, Casey and I'm trying to think of an example of why any time would be separated into 2 words.
But it is occasional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At any time, something
I
like that.
suppose so, yeah.
Maybe, because
Any amount of time at any time, yeah.
So a word that I create as a compound word regularly, which is not, is high school. I type it out as all 1 word.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, autocorrect says, you're a moron, and lets me know. So some of the other states
How do you spell
confused
Farfignugan?
how to spell the name of other states, including Maryland, where the most search for spelling was Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
We can't spell Maryland?
No.
Oh.
The other way around.
Yeah, they
the
can't spell
the
Pennsylvania.
most searched state to spell is Pennsylvania.
Okay.
While Nebraska was unsure about how to spell California, and Utah struggled with Mississippi.
All right, so when you spell Mississippi,
handle things, I'm smart.
do you...
M-I-S-S-I-S-S-I-P-P-I.
all right, you don't do the crooked letter.
I don't do the crooked letter, no.
Wait, what?
M-I, crooked letter, I, crooked letter.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Californians searched the most for how to spell pretty, P-R-E-T-T-Y.
California?
I know.
Which is probably,
They're just probably searching, am I pretty?
am I pretty?
And those in Mississippi looked up the word nervous. That one's pretty easy, too. All right, so in both North Carolina and Arizona, the top spelling search was for the military rank colonel. Now, I can see that.
Yes.
Colonel.
Colonel. Yeah, so.
Cernel.
And.
This makes the very best.
Well, Taylor Swift's latest album, The Tortured Poets Department, may be why New Hampshire searched for the word tortured most last year on how to spell it. And New Yorkers were most confused by how to spell aesthetic. In New Jersey, they looked up experienced most often for how to spell it.
Actually, these are not the words I would have assumed.
No.
Yeah, they're much different.
Yeah, I would have thought of more
common use words.
Or words that are more
like aesthetic.
commonly mistaken, So, all right, anyhow. We got to shut up. We got to shut up. We got to close up the
We
junk
gotta
drawer.
shut up.
We're going to shut up now.
I need you to stop talking.
Yeah.
Shut up.
There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right, we will take a break, come back in a second. Some bizarre file stories are looming. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize this morning, too, so don't miss out on that. We'll be right back. Pies are more love. That is from Amy in
you're
Millville.
just leaving a pie out there for the freaking bears to eat.
Don't put that pie over there. The bears will get it.
Bears are going to get it. Or the squirrels.
Well.
I don't know. There's cake shops. Are there pie shops?
Yes. Yes.
Really? Where?
Yes.
They're called bakeries, and they sell both. How about that?
Do they?
So we have
Do they?
Bed and Breaks, the right up the street. So it's that is a well.
Do they have pies?
They do have pies.
Oh, they
I'm
do?
just saying, man,
All right.
when you're celebrating the life of somebody, you give them a cake and you don't give them a pie. Clearly, cake is love. Pie.
So let me ask you.
Pie.
Let me
Don't
ask
get me
you.
wrong. Don't get me wrong.
You don't bring them a cake.
What about
you bring the grieving a pie?
No, you.
What
don't. You
about
bring
a large
Hoagie
cookie? The large cookie. What does that cost? Is it a cookie?
It's a cookie.
Or is it a cookie cake?
It's a cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised at your distaste for cheesecakes because
me too. Because I'm fat and I got big time sweet tooth.
And
you just do you have the feeling that I have, Nick, that he has not had the right cheesecake
I think
yet?
that's probably
I
true.
think we need to set up this the same way like with Grindr. We need to hook you up with the right cheesecake.
No, he's got to go
and
to
let you guys
Creeble's.
spend the night together.
Creeble's.
Oh, Creeble's. Yeah.
Yes.
So, or they should come here.
Yeah.
They're
Make it easy for us.
I
Yeah.
will say,
cheesecake
though,
is unbelievable.
I love a cheesecake crust.
Okay.
So if I had if you're at a wedding, right?
It's not.
You're at a wedding and you're.
It's not a classic pie crust though.
It's not. No,
it's
it's
a graham
graham cracker
cracker
crust. So
Right.
if
Yeah.
if the
Lots of
you're
butter
at a
in it.
wedding and the meal is done and then they bring you a cheesecake and that's all you can have for dessert, I will eat the crust. No problem.
Preston, here you go. So we're going to go to Bread and Beck's Bakery. We'll say that they are they would be experts in this.
They're
right?
an exceptional bakery.
On their menu, Preston, they have cheesecakes listed with the pies and tarts.
So there you
That's
go.
it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's
Okay.
it.
Yep. Okay.
Should we put up like a Twitter poll?
I bet you Marissa already has.
Yeah. Why did I even bother bringing that up? It was already done.
Marissa actually had it up before we started talking
well,
about
she
it.
did the cheesecake
Oh,
question.
okay. That's good as well.
All right, yeah, but I'm also curious as to whether or not people prefer cake to pie.
You'll get cake. Cake. I listen. I'm just sticking up for pie.
It's okay.
You'll probably get cake because cake is universally known for celebrations.
I think. But I hear you on the. I mean, some of the greatest experiences of my life have been with a pie.
I think there's more love in a pie. I think that it takes more to make a great pie.
Cake is a worldly known good dessert.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm not talking about decorating.
Do you know what I also love too?
What?
The very interesting offshoot, the bunt cake.
Oh man,
Bunt cakes are fantastic.
Nothing bunt cake is
Nothing bunt cake. Sweet mother of God.
They should really send us stuff.
She's so sweet, Kim.
So should Creeble's and Bread and Beck's.
So,
nothing.
I'll go in and
I'm on a diet. Why have we? I don't need this stuff. Right
here's
now.
the deal, Kathy.
I'm on my January diet.
I order so many things when I go in there. Like we'll have people over or whatever. When we're having people over, and you get so much that they're like look at you like. You're really going to eat all this?
Well, Steve, and they have the little ones,
The little
right?
mini buns.
They're-
No, but I got to get the big. Also, the big version.
Okay, so so they have the little ones, right? And I've ordered them a number of times, and they're absolutely delicious.
Like 5 dozen.
And you know how sometimes when if you go bigger, it doesn't taste the same, blah blah,
Yeah.
whatever. We just had one for a birthday cake,
Like the big buns.
one. It was just
Guess what?
delicious.
It's exactly the same.
It's so good.
I'm going to a text, and I quote, "She's my cherry pie. She's not my cherry cake."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There
We've
you
got
go.
a point.
That was a song by Warrant, Cherry
That's
Cake.
right. No, cherry pie. It was by Warrant, starring famous model Bobby Brown was in the video,
Yes.
too.
Also from Who's Married to Whitney Houston.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Christopher. It was a different Bobby Brown. Hi, Christopher. You're on the air. Good morning.
Oh my God, this is insane. This is my first time ever on the radio.
Welcome, sir.
Oh my
Welcome.
God, this
And
is
what
crazy.
did you want to share with us, sir?
So there is someone on the show asked if there was an exclusive pie shop.
Yes.
In Ambler, Pennsylvania, there is a restaurant called Pie and Plate.
Wow.
And they are an exclusive pie restaurant.
Okay.
I
And
love that idea.
Good to know.
Have you been, and do you recommend it?
Oh my God, I highly recommend it. They have some of the best chocolate chess pie and key lime pie.
Hell yeah.
So not only do they have sweet pies, but they have savory pies like quiche and pot pies.
I'm down with that, too. What is the name of it again? Pie and Plate.
Yeah, it's right on Main Street in Ambler.
Oh.
All right.
a good quiche.
Thank you, Christopher. Do they make, are there savory cakes? I guess so.
Like meatloaf.
Like meatloaf and crab cakes.
Yeah, just put an icing on it.
There you go. Juliana. Hi, Juliana. Good morning.
Hello. How are you?
Wonderful. What's up, Juliana?
So there's an awesome pie place down in Kennett Square owned by a great gal named Molly, and it's called Nomadic Pies.
Nomadic
Pies. Nomadic Pies.
We have the website up on our screen here, Juliana, and it looks pretty impressive.
Her crusts are the bomb, and all of her ingredients are local.
Okay.
I love
So
that.
all of her fruit, all of her meat, and if you ever get a chance, you got to try her pie. They're really, really good.
I'll say this, and it's been echoed a number of times, and you brought it up, and Preston, you agree. A great crust
that's
is a very elusive thing in the
fantastic.
world of piedom.
If you stumble across a great one, you're lucky.
Man, this is a great name
Marry
for,
that crust.
for a pie shop. This is in Boyertown. It's called Semper Pie.
Oh,
I love that.
Yeah.
That's great. Is it like veteran owned, maybe?
I'm not sure, but it's
Semper Pie.
yeah, it's on Reading Avenue in Boyertown.
I love it. Okay. So, yes, there are pie shops. In fact, for Pie Day, there are specials that you can get. And, Steve, there's none in our area that were really
Rat
mentioned on
bastards.
this. But Red Robin has the Mountain High Mud Pie on National Pie Day. And
Red Robin's good.
Let me see. What
They have
kind of
great
deal is it? I don't know what kind of deal you get there. But
Yeah, and it just mention the Preston and Steve show. They'll give you 2 pies, and you bring one of them to us.
No, don't do that.
That's accurate.
Don't do that.
I mean,
Don't-
try it.
Don't do that.
I mean, you could give
All
it a
right,
shot.
I was just trying.
I like
But,
Steve's idea.
They also have Red Robin also offers unlimited refills on sides when purchasing burger, sandwich, or entree. Unlimited refills on the bottomless root beer float.
Bottomless root beer float.
And even bottomless entree. The Mac It Yours is swirly twirly pasta. What? Okay.
So if
that, that sounds like porn.
All right, so if you had
How much for a swirly?
A swirly twirly.
Swirlies are blowies, right?
No, the toilet. is
Well,
a swirly.
no, there's 2 different kinds of swirlies.
There
One
is?
is the one where your face gets shoved into a toilet and you flush the toilet, and then another swirly. Because my friend was a cab driver, and the chick didn't have money and offered him a swirly for a ride.
I think she was just a crack whore.
She might have been a crack
A
whore.
swirly. So she offered to shove his face into a toilet?
We also did where you would lick your, spit on your finger and stick
That's
it
a
somewhere
wet willy.
in their ear. That's a
That's
wet
a wet
willy?
willy.
That's a wet
Yeah.
willy.
Used best when it's your pinky finger. Also, you can use pinkies for stinky pinkies.
Jesus Christ.
Can
Okay.
you stop that?
Yeah.
What's
We
better?
were talking about cake
A
and
pie
Yeah.
or finger
Use your
blasting?
head.
We're talking about hot fruit. Kathy
hot
doesn't
fruit,
even
come
like
on
that.
What's better, apple pie or finger blasting?
What if you had a pie shop?
I mean, come on, really? Is that really a debate?
It's already up on the website.
Yes.
What if you had a what? Oh.
A pie shop and the mascot was a rabbit, and you called it hair pie. Would that work? Would you go to a place like that?
H-A-R-E.
Yeah.
Actually, that's
And then
kind of
put
a
it
funny idea.
in parentheses underneath, like vagina.
Yeah, like pubes.
Get it?
Wow. Okay.
All I know is I really desperately want either a good cake or a good pie, and I thank all the businesses that have offered to drive them over to us.
Let me go to Pam here real quick. I didn't see what she had to say here at the end. Hi, Pam. You're on the air. Good morning.
What's up, bitches?
Yo, bitch. What's your story?
So I called in because there is a place, and it's not in the area, but if you have a chance to go in Savannah, Georgia, called Pie Society.
Pie Society.
Pies.
Huh.
So they're meat pies, meat and potatoes, but they're baked in a pie similar to, chicken pot pie. They also make fruit pies, but everything is a pie. The pastries are awesome.
Pam, this looks like it might be like a franchise, is it?
I only know of the one in Savannah,
All right.
but I do know that they have a website, and if you guys want to try one, you can go online and purchase one. Most of them you have to bake in the oven. They come to you already pre-made and frozen so that when you bake them when you want and they give you directions. I highly recommend them. The other thing I want to say to you is that my nephew, for all the times that I had sleepovers with my nieces and nephews, he always wanted pumpkin pie. The kids were asked what you wanted.
I love pumpkin pie.
I made the pie or the cake or pie that they wanted, and he was the only one that wanted pie, and I was happy to make him pumpkin pie. I even made him one to take home.
What was
I think it's a personal preference.
What was the cake that the Tom Cruise cake?
Thank you, Pam.
Sorry, Tom Cruise pie or whatever that thing that we attempted to order prior to the
That
holidays.
was a cake.
Yeah.
It's a cake.
Yeah.
Is that so? I know Marissa hunted it down. They hand cooked them, hand baked them, and but prior to the holidays, they were absolutely unattainable.
Yeah.
Marissa's got her fingy up.
Oh, hang on.
Her swirly finger.
Steve, we just got a message from Goldbelly that the white chocolate coconut bundt cake from Doan's is now available.
So I will gladly purchase so we can taste on the air.
Like $150.
I will do it, and I will hand that receipt to Bill Weston.
It's for the show.
All right. Anyhow, Sunday is National Pie Day. Should you be a pie person or not?
It does incite the passions, doesn't it? It's what we love.
All right, that's all we're going to have time for for Connoisseur this morning.
I think we solved a lot of issues.
Did we? Well, we do have a poll that's up, and is cheesecake a pie or a cake? And then do we have another one, pie versus cake? Okay, so you can vote. Now, I expect cake to win, but I believe that pie has more love.
Throw out pie versus finger blast.
It's what I believe. All right, Connoisseur, outro music
Yeah, I'm
as
stuck
we.
here. The screen got stuck.
It's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
I mean, just go out on that. I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Some really great things about this next guest and the story. We were in here yesterday. We were watching the video. Marissa goes, "You got to see this," or was it you that showed?
No, it was Marissa.
Marissa's coming. You got to see this. She goes, "She's from Philly." And she plays the clip, and we're going to have her on in just a second. A reporter in West Virginia, a TV station, doing a live report, gets hit by a car.
And not like a little tap. Like she got
Boom.
hit and knocked to the ground.
Gets right back up again and continues the report. And I told Casey I felt like totally big timing yesterday because we're sitting here watching this, and I go, that's great. Get her on. Get her on tomorrow. And of course, Marissa took care and made it happen. I'm going to play the clip here for you. This is clip number 1 of this happening.
And now we're starting to experience, unfortunately, in freeze thaw, we see this, water main breaks.
I got hit by a car, but I'm okay. I just got hit by a car, but I'm okay, Tim.
That's the first for you on
okay.
TV, Tori.
Woo! We're all good. I'm okay. I actually got hit by a car in college, too, just like that.
Wow.
I am so glad I'm okay.
You sure you're okay, Tori?
We're good, Tim. Man,
sure you're
you
okay?
are so sweet, and you are okay. It is all good.
Oh, my God.
Is that the woman that hit her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I was, when she said I got hit by a car in college one time, I was like, oh my God.
It's okay. I get hit by vehicles often.
And then one last part to play here. All right, here we go.
You know, it's my last week on the job, and I think this would happen.
So you were bumped
specifically to me, Tim.
Were you bumped down low, Tori, or were you hit up high? I couldn't really tell from looking.
Oh, do you know if I was bumped down low or up high, sir?
I just saw you disappear
I don't
out
even
of the
know.
screen.
I don't even know, Tim. My whole life just flashed before my eyes.
Oh my God.
The pride of Plymouth White Marsh. Please welcome Tori Yorgi. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Yeah, I am okay. I am good. I'm just a little sore. Thank you for asking, but I'm totally okay.
So what happened was it wasn't a head-on. It was more of like a side swipe, but a fairly vigorous side swipe, correct?
Yeah. I thought about it afterwards, and I was really grateful for the way that she had hit me because she pushed me forward. And, I don't know, that could have went a lot of wrong ways. So I was just kind of, she I guess she must have hit me with the headlight and, tossed me essentially. But it was all good. There was a patch of snow there, and I think that might have helped break my fall. I'm not really sure because I kind of, blanked out a little. But, it's all good. Yeah, we just got back up and kept going with it.
Okay, so what day did this happen? Was this on Wednesday?
This was on Wednesday night, at 11.
Wednesday night. So then it hits the social media craze on Thursday.
Yes.
Today, you were on the Today Show this morning.
Oh, yeah.
And so I would imagine yesterday was an absolute whirlwind for you, right?
Oh, yeah, it was for sure. I've never had so many text messages, emails, calls. It was crazy. And everyone wishing me well. It was so nice. I feel like, I definitely need to go through all them and thank everybody because I really appreciate it. But, fortunately.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Cool Cars for Kids. You can experience the roar of Jaguar legends at the 7th Annual Philadelphia Concourse. And it's the Concourse Classic Car Competition on June 23rd at the Simeone Museum.
So it's the Concourse Classic Car Competition.
Yeah, K-O-R. Somebody put a phonetic thing on here on concourse, like I wouldn't know how to say the word.
Oh.
Anyway, for more information, you can visit coolcarsforkids.org. That's why I was laughing.
It's unnecessary. Have you ever been over to that museum, the automotive museum? It's amazing.
I have not.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I hear it is pretty incredible. So go check this out, and it is coming up on June 23rd. A Florida man was arrested after records indicate he swung a Stanley Cup at an officer after breaking into a church with a sledgehammer and causing over $10,000 in damages.
I've got a cup and I know how to use it.
On Saturday, the police responded to a call about a man who had broken into the Mission Church in Palm Bay. Officers responded to find Timothy Bornman holding a metal Stanley Cup in his hand, yelling and cussing at members of the church. As the responding officer approached Bornman, he said, "I'm going to F you up." And then he started walking away, at which point the officer pulled out his taser and told Bornman to get on the ground and stop walking away. Bornman then took a seat before bouncing back up and walking aggressively towards the second officer, trying to strike him in the head with his Stanley Cup. The officer was able to dodge the cup, but it still hit him in the shoulder. Bornman then tried to run away, but the first officer tased and incapacitated him, and police placed him in handcuffs. Members of the church told police that Bornman had broken into a shed on the back of the church property where he grabbed a sledge.
Don't chase me, bro. Don't chase me, bro.
He grabbed a sledgehammer and then broke into the church. You remember that song we used to have? Do we still? We probably don't. All right.
Don't chase me. Don't chase me, bro.
He then started to damage everything in sight. And as of now, authorities estimate that he caused over $10,000 worth of damage inside the church and church property.
They said that the Stanley Cup had a smaller portion on the bottom so that it would fit in your cup holder.
While speaking with officers, Bornman said that he remembered breaking into the church and causing all the damage inside. He said he did it because the church stole everything from him. So
that's what happened.
Yep, that's what happened. All right, I usually don't
chase me, bro.
We got it.
Oh, hit it.
All right.
All right.
Don't chase me, bro. Don't chase me.
The best part is when it gets to him actually being tased, which is coming up like right about here, I think.
Chase me, bro.
All right. Yeah, so worth it, right? Yeah. All right.
How old is Don't Tase Me, bro?
Oh, my God.
It's got to be 18 years?
At least I think it was before we came here, maybe a year before we came here. So maybe like 2004 or something like that. But Nick will look that up and see if he can.
The earliest of memes.
Find that. Don't Tase Me, bro. Hang on here. 2007.
2007.
So we were here.
Yeah, we were here. All right. I very rarely do product recalls in the Bizarre File, but Kellogg's is recalling boxes of its chocolate cornflakes following complaints of hard lumps in the cereal, which could create a choking hazard. Yeah. And it's the actual food itself. I mean, it's like
hard
I've never
lumps.
heard of.
Is the chocolate itself?
I don't know. The breakfast brand voluntarily asked consumers who had bought packs to dispose of them as a precaution after the issue was discovered.
I bet the chocolate is coagulating into these hard chunks.
Kellanova, the company which manufactures the cereal, said that the hard lumps do not break down when eaten with milk and could also potentially damage teeth.
Dude. Blew out my butthole.
The Food Standards Agency said this made the product unsafe to eat. Kellanova stressed that it believed only a small portion of the boxes could contain the lumps and that there was minimal risk to consumers. It said that the affected packs have been on sale since January when the chocolate version was first launched.
Snap, crackle, poop.
A spokesperson said clusters of cereal forming during production can be a normal occurrence, and these usually break up when eaten or placed in milk. But when we spotted that hard lumps of cereal were forming in a very small amount of our new Kellogg's Corn Flakes chocolate
Do you know when that's
flavor
the best?
cereal, we took the decision to recall all product.
When that's really good, Preston, is with Cinnamon Toast Crunch, when they actually, you'll get those Cinnamon Toast Crunch clusters. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Really
But I think this is beyond that.
It's beyond that.
Well, it's saying you can break your teeth on it. And so I think it's more than just chocolate and little chunks. So for whatever reason, they need to
I
go
broke
back.
a tooth on a straw. I better stay away from that.
Got to go back to the drawing board on that one. Here's a follow-up story. During a Good Friday sermon, Father Thomas McHale of our Blessed Lady Immaculate Church in England made an interesting assertion concerning Jesus and the crucifixion. McHale said Jesus died with an erection, which he claims would have happened
I'm sorry, what did you say again?
as a result of crucifixion. This pronouncement prompted a complaint to the priest's diocese, which was upheld, however. McHale wasn't removed from his post, but instead likely advised to avoid such topics in future sermons. So they've just kind of...
Ixnay on the ectionary.
Yeah, they've just kind of given him a talking to.
Yeah.
In Nebraska, a boy, and it doesn't say how old, but they're using the word boy here, with 8 active warrants for his arrest, was taken into custody after he was seen in a stolen vehicle on Interstate 80.
A boy with 8 active warrant arrests.
Deputies were called in reference to a stolen vehicle. Sergeant Taylor Samick said the boy's parents called 911 and told them their son was reported as missing, was possibly in a stolen vehicle in that area. They located the missing boy, and he was taken into custody. He had 8 active warrants for his arrest.
That's a blessing at that age to know what you want to do.
Yeah.
They said the boy was turned over to the juvenile probation for placement. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and then we will wrap it up. We should end with a good one. How about... all right, here you go. A man... that was too tragic. All right, an Air Force captain and Tesla enthusiast has landed in hot water for his video showcasing him steering with just his pinky finger, and it went viral. However, the issue isn't his pinky prowess, but rather his heavy right foot. He filmed himself speeding with his Cybertruck on a residential street in Las Vegas, clocking in at 83 miles per hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone.
There's a problem.
The incident has triggered an ongoing investigation by the United States Air Force. The viral video was shared by a user named Matt Wallace with the description, "Cybertruck makes U-turn using only my pinky. Checkmate." The speedometer on the truck's central screen suggests the driver was going 48 miles per hour over the speed limit in the area. Following backlash from internet users, the post was taken down, but the clip was subsequently reloaded on Reddit and other social media channels. Before deleting the video and making his account private, Wallace had allegedly responded to critics, writing, "Also, you notice there was not a single car or a single pedestrian on the road. You think maybe I was smart enough to reach out to my cop buddies and let them know I was conducting a road test and they have cordoned off the area for me? Nice try, Buttercup." But a spokesman for the Los Angeles Metropolitan Police
Is it a
Department
problem? Yeah.
said that officers were unable to cite the driver for speeding based on the video, and he said that the alleged crime and what the video may show are factors in the ongoing investigation. As for Wallace's claims, the department is unaware of any road closures in that particular area.
Buttercup.
So the guy, he was firing back a douchebag comment.
Yeah.
and lying about it as well. But a quick online search shows that Matt Wallace apparently has a YouTube channel with most of his videos being focused on Tesla products. The Cybertruck has been the star of his channel since its delivery 3 months ago, appearing in several videos. And by the way, I could turn my car with a pinky as well.
Yeah. I can turn my lawnmower with a pinky.
You can. It's
You can drive it off the curb, too, right?
I could.
Power
Maybe,
steering these
if I
days.
wasn't-
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. Lesson question is up next with the trash and the music news. By the way,
I was at an apartment complex. I was off the roadway, just right at the entrance of where you would drive up the hill or down the hill. And, this is West Virginia, so it was a pretty steep hill.
Right.
But she was coming out of the complex. So luckily, she was going slow enough, that it wasn't too bad.
No, I think what happened, what people instantly connected to, is that you had just been sideswiped. You're saying to her, you're so sweet, and you were concerned about her, and people immediately heard you. You didn't jump up and go, "You crazy bitch! What did you just do?" You took a more sober approach to the whole thing, and that's, I think, what people connected to. You were clearly concerned about her as well.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And a lot of people are saying that, the thing is she didn't mean to do it. And I could tell as soon as she got out of the car, her face, her voice was super distraught. And I was like, you know what? I haven't hit anybody, but I've definitely been in a situation where I, was like, oh, I can't believe I just did that. So I didn't want to make it any worse on her, and I, and now I feel even worse because it's like everywhere. So she's just kind of, probably having to see it more and more. But she was really a nice person and genuinely didn't mean it. So I just figured, let me just reassure her, let her know I'm good. Everything's fine. We're good.
When Marissa told me you were from our area, I was almost expecting you to go, "It's okay, I'm from Philly."
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, we got to hear about the college thing. All right. What's that story?
I know. It's funny. I don't know why that was like the first words to come out of my mouth. I really don't know. It was one of those things, just shock,
Yeah.
But basically in college, I went to Penn State University, and I was walking home from the library one night, true story, and I was walking past an alleyway, and the guy just rolled a stop. And he wasn't going, not maybe like 10 miles an hour, if that, just gave me a little push.
Mm-hmm.
And he got out all concerned. I was like, dude, it's good. Just keep going. We're good. And I just kept walking. And then, so I think in my head, I was trying to just reassure her, this has happened. It's fine.
I get hit all the time.
Yeah. It wasn't that bad at the time. I just was like, let me just let her know. That's the only thing I could think of as to why I said it.
It's just funny because it'd be akin to someone saying, "Oh, it's okay, I get hit by lightning all the time."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, so what happened with her? Why did she hit you?
I don't know. I was standing in, like I said, at the end of that apartment complex. I was up against the corner, and I was actually on the opposite side as to where the cars typically turn out like that. I think she just cut it real good. And I don't know, maybe the emergency crews, because there was a water main break and the whole road was not closed, but down to one lane. And they were doing slow, the workers out there with their slow and stop signs.
Right.
So maybe she got a little, distracted with that, or, just it could have been a lot of different things. I definitely know I will not be doing a live shot in that area, in that spot ever again, though.
Well,
I've learned from this. It's all good. I don't need to get hit by another car.
Yeah, it's clearly, and this is a common thing. They send, you do the live shot from a location where a water main break or whatever, and it happens constantly. But we've had stories here. We had the Fox 29 reporter, Steve Keeley, just got blasted by a snowplow. And that became a viral sensation. The truth of the matter is, you guys are out doing this stuff. Are we good there? Yeah, you guys are out and doing this stuff. And it's always a risk when you're standing roadside or by something that might distract a driver. So do they, when you're one of these kind of reporters that's going out to this sort of thing, do they give you a little instruction on how to maintain your safety while you're out there?
Yeah, they definitely do. And, we do have safety gear if needed, but I wasn't on the road.
Yeah.
So I didn't think, I just had so many indicators that I'm in a safe spot. Even the water guys were like, yeah, just park up there. You won't be in our way. You'll be good. And I was like, okay, great. This is going to work out so good. And but the thing is there is a lot of journalists out there now taking this incident and they're, kind of advocating for journalism safety. And I totally understand. I think it's a conversation that should be had. However, in that moment, I did not feel in danger.
Right.
Had I felt in danger, I would have left, and my boss would have never second guessed it. She's first to tell me, just head out if you're not feeling safe.
Cool.
But, it's just one of those freak accidents. But yeah, they do teach us to be safe and stuff. I don't know. It was just a crazy incident. And I really don't know how she hit me. My car was parked like 15 feet away from me, look up a little bit. But I thought that was going to be safe because people typically just go around it.
Yeah.
So they'll kind of, go around you too.
Sure.
Close enough to it. Just didn't work out in my favor, man.
Yeah. Well, Tori, so you talk about people advocating for your safety, and that's one of the things that started happening last night. Is people were commenting, journalists all over the country and maybe even the world have been talking about, because there have been cost cutting measures that TV stations are implementing, where normally you'd be out there with a photog, and so now you're out there by yourself. So people are saying that if you had a photog with you, he or she could have warned you that somebody was on the way,
right.
Somebody was coming, and so there has been that sort of viral aspect of it all. Is your contemporaries are advocating for you and other people like you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we could do the what ifs all day about it. The thing is, when you are in these size markets, they're smaller, not as many people, so smaller, mid-size. Even the larger markets, though, I've noticed lately, they're having one woman, one man bands. And the thing is I signed up for this. I knew what I was getting into. This wasn't my first rodeo on a live shot by myself. So the issue, I understand advocating for the safety. I am all for it. And again, think a conversation should be had. However, in this situation, I didn't feel in danger. I was just like, all right, I'm just going to do a quick live shot. And then, a car hit me. But I mean, I feel like
it's a water main break. Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
So Tori, listen, I know you're going to Pittsburgh next in your career, and oftentimes as you move up the chain in broadcasting, you'll hear from directors and producers to lose that Philly accent. Please never ever lose your Philly accent.
We can hear it.
It's so endearing.
You know what? I know it's because I'm comfortable with you guys, so that's why I'm talking the way I normally would talk. But yeah, on TV they do tell me you can't have an accent, so I do try and clean it up, but. In that incident, I was like, there is no way. I do try and put a filter on it and try, and I practice my speech. And, but yeah, it's always going to be there. It's just one of those things. And I appreciate that so much because, it is home for me.
Yeah.
So, just part of me.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Tori Yorgi. She went viral yesterday, works as a reporter in West Virginia and was hit by a car during a live report. And her last week of work, by the way.
Oh, my gosh.
This happens on the last week. Somebody had texted in and says your aunt owns a restaurant in the area.
Yeah,
so why not go ahead and give that a plug?
Oh, yeah, I would love to. It's the best restaurant in the whole world. My Aunt Peggy, it's on Flint Hill Road in King of Prussia. It's called Gateway Cafe. She was, they actually a few years back when I was interning at Fox 29, they went out there, Bob Kelly. And so Gateway Cafe, Flint Hill Road. They have amazing food. I think they are relocating soon, but of course we'll keep up with that. But yeah, no, that's too funny.
Maybe they'll name a dish after you, like pedestrian or head on or something like that.
Yeah. My uncle was saying last night, he's like, we need you to sign a picture. We'll just frame it.
Just you being launched.
That's too much.
Well,
too much. But yeah, I am a Plymouth White Marsh graduate. I'm very proud of my high school.
Nice.
And, Montgomery County was where
when did you graduate?
So I'm proud of my roots.
When did you graduate from PW?
I graduated from PW, in 2014. Then I went to Penn State.
Okay.
So if you think of the confluence of events here and how everything worked out, and it's your last week at this station, you're going to a station in Pittsburgh, and you have this, I saw it the whole incident was covered in the Daily Mail, for crying out loud, with the video and everything. It's global.
Yeah.
For all of the way this could have played out, it played out in the absolute best viral way possible. It's got to be mind-blowing to see that as a journalist. You get information out, you try to get information to people, and yet it's the reporter being sideswiped by a car that becomes a global news event.
I know, it's crazy. I mean, and you're right. The last week, like today is literally my last day at the station. I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to be a big old crybaby going in there and saying bye to all my people that I love here. And now I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going to interview with a bunch of, it's just crazy how things have unfolded. But yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed my time here, man. And I definitely.
Free Friday morning, no sad bros. Starting to feel real now. Heading towards the weekend. Crystal blue skies, comfortable temperatures. We're looking good.
I'd be fine with being sealed in carbonite.
Right, and just kept in this moment.
Really?
It's nice. We're going to give away a prize for those who have paid attention and can answer the following question, because it is our lesson question, and we're going to give away a pair of Maury's Piers same-day ride and water park combo tickets. And it involves a quick cameo that happened on our show this morning. Andi Summers,
yes,
the morning show host from our sister station, has another stage name. What is it? And it's another rock-related stage name. It's
crazy.
Even though she's a country jock. 215-263-WMMR. This is what Steve had said her other name is. All right, Andi Summers, the morning show host from our sister station, has another stage name. What is it? 215-263-WMMR. If you were listening and you heard, you should call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social at Live Casino. Phillies Fridays at Sports and Social Philly. Every Friday home game. You can enjoy free caricature drawings, Budweiser specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. So visit sportssocialphilly.com. What's up, Steve?
Well, Max confirming that their It prequel series will focus in on the years Pennywise spent as an armed forces DJ during the Vietnam War. From what we understand, it will be called Good Morning It. Hey! Tori Spelling is all smiles these days after having her less than stellar teeth upgraded with a full set of veneers. Tori supposedly is so thrilled with the results that she's looking into a full face veneer.
Oh my God.
And finally, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the internet is abuzz about this mysterious silhouette who stood alone atop the highest point of a Spanish stadium during a Taylor Swift concert. As you can imagine, many are suggesting that the mystery man was none other than Randall Texcott. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if you know the answer to this question. Andi Summers, morning show host from her sister station, has another stage name. What is it? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Chris. Find that answer. Hey, Chris, morning, bud.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks to you. All right, what is Andy's other stage name?
Bono Sting.
Bono Sting. Yes. Hang on a second, Chris. We're going to give you a pair of Maury's Piers same-day ride and water park combo tickets. You can check out our big friggin' deal and get a same-day ride and water park ticket to Maury's Piers for just $70. And enjoy unlimited rides on 3 piers and both water parks for a whole day. You can get this exclusive offer while supplies last at WMMR.com/deal.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
All right, I got 2 quick items, and Casey, I'm sure you saw this, but I'm going to pass it along anyway.
Okay.
Madison Square Garden Entertainment has indefinitely banned an attendee of a fish show, April 20th concert, and the location veto was resulted after the individual posted a video to Instagram showing himself taking a bong rip inside the new state-of-the-art Las Vegas venue, the Sphere.
Yeah.
The man tagged the Sphere, and so he tagged the Sphere and the band on social media, leading to the official letter and blockade of more than just the Sin City location. The official letter, which was posted to social media, stated on April 20th, 2024, you posted an Instagram video of yourself smoking inside the Sphere with the caption, first bong hit to ever be ripped in the Sphere. And you knowingly violated the guest code of conduct by visibly smoking inside the venue. Sphere Entertainment Company will not tolerate actions that threaten the safety and security of our guests and employees. After identifying the cause, the letter went on to list the venues where the individual is no longer welcome. They wrote, in light of your conduct, you are hereby indefinitely banned from Madison Square Garden, Radio City Music Hall, the Beacon Theater, the Chicago Theater, the Sphere, and any other MSG venue.
So
you are not to enter into or remain in any of the MSG venues at any time in the future. If you enter any of the venues, including, with respect to Madison Square Garden, the box office, Chase Square, and the concierge areas, law enforcement will be contacted to ensure your expulsion, and you will be subject to the penalties.
I can't believe he got that into the venue.
Yeah.
Don't they? Yeah, don't you pass through some sort of security? But I'll tell you this, and when people say, how are they going to keep him out? Believe it or not, they employ a massive network of facial recognition software cameras.
That's correct.
And so that's how they've been able to keep certain people from attending their venues.
Yep. So dude shouldn't have done it. Yeah. And he definitely shouldn't have told them he did it.
He added them.
Yep, he did. So they're.
And there's a violation of the fire code.
Yep, absolutely.
It is legal, though, in that city, in that state.
But inside, it was not.
Yeah, inside, not legal.
I wonder, Case, so anyone who's been there, Marissa was there. I wonder, obviously, they have proper ways for people to escape and during a fire. But the way that setup is, the audience, as you talked about, Marissa, how easy it would be to fall down and just go rocketing down that. During a fire situation where people were panicking, wouldn't that be a friggin' nightmare?
Oh, my God. That is not a place I would want to be
right.
for that, yeah. But if I recall, I think it was just one of those securities where they just kind of like scan you.
Oh, all right.
So it must have been hidden. You're like not allowed to bring bags or anything in there. I don't know.
All right. Well, this guy's banned from everything.
Hope it was worth it.
Acid Farts is his name. Did you say that?
That's his name, Acid Farts?
That's his Instagram handle.
That's his Instagram handle is Acid Farts.
Makes sense. All right, and one last story. Billy Corgan is not focusing on pleasing fans by just playing the hits. In a June 4th interview with Kerrang! Magazine, the Smashing Pumpkins frontman discussed his approach to set lists, saying, when Jimmy and I brought the band back in 2007, we resisted the nostalgia thing and got beaten up for it, even by fans. This experience helped them balance old and new songs, with Corgan emphasizing, I don't play any songs I don't want to play.
Play the hits.
He said, I don't care if they're a classic or not. He believes that fans want to see an artist emotionally engage with their music, not just the aging relic.
It's actually not true.
As for the length of his albums, Corgan revealed people complained about the length of my last album, Autumn, and I thought, well, just go make your own playlist. And we talked about that yesterday. And that is all I have today for you in music news.
Given your choice, and we've said this many times before, you're going to go see an artist. You want to pretty much see the hits, don't you?
Yeah, I mean,
a couple songs here and there are fine.
So it depends on what band it is.
Right, yeah.
You know, if it's a band you go really deep on, that you really, really love, you know all their material, you want them to play the obscure stuff. I mean, I do anyway.
Right, occasionally. Right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Rush, if they didn't play Tom Sawyer, I'd be all right with it.
Yeah,
I've heard it a gazillion times.
Totally Prespo.
But if they wanted to play, Circumstances or some deeper cutoff of Hemispheres, I would find that very awesome. So it all depends. But then again, if I go see some band that all I know are the hits, that's all I want to hear, you know? Like, I don't know, I don't go deep on, like, Bruce Springsteen's catalog. He's got a huge catalog, and so if he started picking out these songs I would know, I want to hear 10th Avenue Freeze Out, Born to Run, and the stuff like that.
Kreischer went to see Pearl Jam in Los Angeles a few weeks ago, and he got the most excited when they played Even Flow and Alive. And I love those songs, but if I never hear Even Flow at a Pearl Jam concert again, I'll be okay. But for Kreischer, that was the highlight.
Yeah. The bottom line is you got to do a balance between the two, because you have both types of people in your audience.
Yes.
And that's usually the way it is. So, all right, let's take a break. We shall come back and wrap it up, and we'll get the Word of the Week prize when we return.
It's just, you're right. It's just crazy how the timing happened.
Yeah.
And of course, my goal is to get to Philadelphia one day. So now, as I'm sitting here talking to you all, it's just super unreal. And Pittsburgh's next, but hopefully that's not my last stop.
Tori, what's the station in Pittsburgh where you'll be working?
The station is WTAE. It's the Pittsburgh's Action News Sports.
All right,
ABC.
cool. You will officially be the most famous new reporter they ever have.
You know, I just hope people don't look at me. Well, I know they're going to look at me and be like, oh, yeah, she was hit by a car.
It's going to take a little while.
I hope they watch for the story, and not to see if I just get hit by another car. That's
I mean,
the hope.
you never know. That station might have planted that lady in that car and made her.
Yeah, you know.
Let's hit her in.
That station too. They did call me like right away, the first thing the next morning, and checked on me, and they were.
That's
super
nice.
Sweet
That's
about
cool.
it.
Did they want to have you on for an interview or anything like that?
No. I think he was like, no. I told him I was a little overwhelmed with like the request that I got yesterday. So I think he was kind of, we'll get her when we get her, and
all right.
it'll all be good. Yeah. So no, I haven't been on there yet. So, but it's kind of a weird situation.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all the way around. Tori, I know you're a big Eagles fan. Did you see that Lane Johnson actually tweeted at you yesterday?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I screamed. I think I was like crazier than the Today Show. And then, I talked to Brandon Graham this morning on WIP.
Yeah.
It's just been a crazy like 48 hours.
Wow.
I love my birds, and that part was like, oh my gosh, that's when I lost it. Honestly, I was like, this is too much for me right now.
That's cool.
Wow. Well, listen, I can't say I'm happy you got hit by a car. I mean, that's just there's no way to say that. But I'm glad you're getting the attention you're getting. That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you. I know. I it's going. I don't know. I guess it's just one of those things. You just take a negative and make it into a positive. Everybody tells me my reaction was priceless, and I don't know. When you're in the moment and like that, and the personality and just the person I am, I talk myself through situations, and I think that's what I was trying to do. And I figured, well, you know what? If I keep going on with the report, I won't cry, and I'll just forget about it. It'll be fine. And then, of course, when I was done, the report, it did not. That was.
It didn't mitigate it at all.
Yeah. But that's it. That's what a professional does.
Yeah.
You carry on, man. That's what you do. You're on your way.
You.
So that's
Thank
awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on this morning, Tori. We know you're overwhelmed, but maybe we'll see you in person someday, okay?
You guys are so fun. Thank you so much for everything.
Good luck
Thank
with
you.
everything. Tori York, you guys. Headed to Pittsburgh, hit by a car on live TV in West Virginia.
I hope
Oh
we
my
see
God.
her here. I hope she
I
makes
do
it back
too.
to Philly.
You know. Oh my God, she's adorable.
Yeah.
She is. She's great.
She seems as sweet as you could possibly be. Man.
What kind of flavor is it, cognac?
I've never really had it.
Is it a liqueur or is it a
kind of sweet?
It's like Yoo-Hoo.
It's a lot like Yoo-Hoo, yeah. That's the grossest drink on the planet. Why would anybody ever drink
Shut
Yoo-Hoo?
up with that crap. I'm tired of hearing that. Every time Yoo-Hoo is mentioned, you guys crap all over.
I
It's
don't.
terrible.
I don't.
It's a chocolate drink. It's not chocolate milk.
It's not
chocolate
And that's the
milk. Why
problem.
bother?
It's positioned as chocolate milk. It's a chocolate drink. And I'll tell you what, and here we go again. And I'm going to relive a bad dream. But no, not a dream. It happened to me. It was real. I was there.
A nightmare.
Field trip to the Bronx Zoo. My mother was actually one of our
Chaperones.
chaperones. So she puts my Yoo-Hoo into the freezer so it'll be nice and cold when we're walking around.
Oh.
What happens? We arrive at the zoo, walking around. It's overcast, little light drizzle. Then comes time for lunch. I sit down. I have my peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I figured now's the time to take a swig out of that Yoo-Hoo. Frozen solid. One kid found out. They all found out. And then the monkeys started laughing and pointing.
They're all going to laugh at you.
They're all gonna laugh at you. No, Mother! My Yoo-Hoo is frozen, Mother! They can see your dirty pillows. I actually brought dirty pillows that day. Why would you bring dirty pillows to the zoo? For the animals!
I had somebody tell me yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to this. They were like, it was so enlightening to hear you guys talk about a female-based product, the menstrual cup, not fart jokes and porn.
Here we
But
are.
we're back.
And we just did it all.
Don't worry.
We did it all.
Absolutely.
Hey, this might be the perfect opportunity. All right, Marissa, I sent you guys this instructional video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Did you watch it?
I heard you watching it in the office, and I could hear it, and I'm like, what? It's got to be some sort of sex toy or something.
So it's this bizarre product, and I sent it to all of you guys. And the subject line I used was instructional video. Please watch. Nobody got back to me. Like not one person responded to me, and I'm like,
yeah.
Did I offend Marissa and Kathy? Well, I know I didn't offend Kathy because she was in the same room. But
that's a terrible feeling when you send out something you think, oh my God, did I cross the line?
Right.
And I wanted to watch it, and you were making such a thing about it that I wanted to not be distracted, and I never got around to it.
Marissa, see if you can grab the audio from that, and I don't know if it's fully. If we can play it or not, but there are specific body parts. I don't think it talks about insertion or anything like that, but it is this quote-unquote massage piece of machinery that is one of the most involved-looking things I've ever seen. If it's indeed made for, it has to be.
Back here is the carburetor.
Oh my God,
Yeah, it's complicated.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is.
yeah, and it is there for pleasure. If you make it all the way through, okay, because things go in things, and other things go in other things, and
there are some things that and we've talked. I remember one time we did. I think we were doing an appearance at maybe Brisquet's store or whatever when it existed, and. There were things in there I would have thought were actually involved in construction that were that there's no way that is a sexual thing.
But Kath, when you were talking about sending things to people, and I have done that, I've sent things to you, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, and then I go, oh wait, no, she has sent me the picture of that guy sitting on the on the side of his bed
with his giant penis.
with his giant thing hanging out. I'm like, okay, I think I might be safe here.
I love when they will insert. They will have like a dignitary at some meeting, like in Parliament, and they will insert that picture in one of the frames behind him.
Dude, the latest one, it was a COVID test. Yep. And I sent it to Kathy. I'm like, dude, I think I came back positive, and she's like, dude, I got this like 3 days ago.
I didn't say that. I sent you a screenshot of the text that Preston sent me
I had
that
already
said,
sent
I
it
think
to
I
her.
tested positive.
There was only one person I wanted to send that to, and that was Kathy. Yeah, listen, I bought Kathy for one of her birthdays, like a butthole polisher one time. Right? Yeah, I thought it was nice.
Right?
Yeah, so you can't cross the line with her. No. I don't think so.
No, there's. I don't. Yes, I don't get offended by anything. I don't think it's all funny, but I don't. Right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I don't get offended if you get me a butt plug.
Like I've lost. I traded in.
93.3 WMMR, rounding out musically the Preston and Steve radio program for this week. We are diving deeper into June. I can't believe it's already into June now.
It's crazy, yeah.
And the next thing you know, by the time we get to the blood drive a week from today, we'll be halfway through June. So it's moving along quickly. Carpe diem.
Yes.
Carpe banana.
Carpe banana.
As we have said. We haven't said that in a while. But make sure that you are taking advantage of it because the weather's going to be great this weekend. Get out and do something memorable.
This is the one. This is the weekend you've been waiting for. And then it's going to be sort of a little bit cooler for the following week.
Here's something memorable for you. Casey Boy will be at Rafferty Subaru tomorrow in the morning from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. There's a pet adoption event that he's going to be a part of.
Providence Animal Center.
They're awesome.
And I've done these events in the past, and they are always so super successful. But, they have loads of cats and dogs and kittens and puppies that are available for people to adopt right then and there. So I'm going to be there with the MM Army from 11 to 1, but the event is going on longer than that. So you can go to RaffertySubaru.com or, more importantly, WMMR.com to find all that information.
All right.
I would like to thank Mr. Donnell Rawlings for being here this morning. He's at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow and on Sunday as well. You can go to heliumcomedy.com to get your tickets. Always great to talk to him. And how about, we didn't even know it was going to happen, in studio, Andi Summers.
Amazing.
This morning from WXTU, right down the hall. Our sister
She stepped
station.
in last minute.
We were supposed to talk to the guitarist. He's performing at the Sellersville Theater on Thursday. I don't know, maybe something will happen next week. We'll have to see. But,
Never heard back.
Yeah, it was a Zoom call that was supposed to be all set up. It would have rounded out our full police the whole roundup.
Talk to them all.
The whole
So far.
lineup, I should say. Yeah. But c'est la vie. We had a good time anyway. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day. Good day.
Nice to see you.
And to you.
Is that a new record album shirt? I love that.
Nice. Yes.
That's really cool.
It's a turntable with the arm and lots of dots.
Lots of dots is the
cool
record.
things. Yeah.
I like that. Excellent, man.
Thank you.
All right, so we need to get the letter of the day from you if you're ready to go. All right, we'll fire that up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
Y is in yellow.
All right, and that means we have a word now, and we'll take caller number 5 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will award that person a prize if they can give us that word of the week that we have now. So it is going to be a beautiful day and a beautiful weekend, so you got some beautiful things planned for this Friday morning, sir?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful.
I will have, first of all, blocks of The Offspring and Hailstorm. And in those blocks, I will have a brand new song from each band, both on the MMRBQ. So we have a premiere of a new song from Hailstorm. I haven't even heard it yet. And a brand new song from The Offspring in blocks.
Very nice.
And
Very
both,
nice.
Again,
Excellent.
on the MMRBQ, which will be way cool. And, of course, at noon, another block of the Rolling Stones and one more opportunity to get the word. Every day there's been a different word. I'll give you the word shortly after we begin the block. And then you get that word to WMMR.com. All the entries we've had thus far and those that we get today go into the big computer hat. And then on Monday we draw a name and someone will be in the pit for Tuesday's show.
Oh, man, that's exciting.
Very.
That's incredible. Is your left eye okay there?
God knows.
Okay.
I think
you got a little moisturizing or something under there. So
I haven't taken my
He's going in. He said,
it's my makeup from last night. I didn't quite get it off before the show was over.
There you go. That's better.
Oh, my God.
That's better.
When I sang Hello, Dolly, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, I'm telling you. Oh, my God. And then I did My Way, and I was weeping, and You'll Never Walk Alone. God.
Oh.
And my gown was so beautiful, and just it was just and then I lit myself on fire. It was so goddamn good.
Sounds beautiful.
Lighting yourself on fire. That's where I can.
It's a protective dress. I mean, it looks like I'm on fire, but I mean, it just fire, but it doesn't get to me.
Fire retardant.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Happy for the clarification. Thank you. All right, we'll go to caller number 5. It's Lee. Hi there, Lee.
Hi.
All right, Lee, do you know the word of the week?
I don't know how to pronounce it. Doodly?
Spell it.
D-O-O-D-Y.
Howdy doody!
That's it, yes. Doody. Yeah. All right, Lee, we're going to give you a Father's Day dinner for up to 10 people at Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse, man.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of meat.
Yeah, it's like all you can eat meat. You got 10 people, you got 9 people you can bring along with you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
The whole family.
The whole family.
I
Excellent.
love it. That's how we want it. Hang on the line, Lee. We're going to take care of you. Don't forget, you can treat Dad to a delicious and unforgettable experience this year at their new location at 20th and JFK Boulevard in Center City, or the original location in Horsham, Pennsylvania. Go to Nebraska.com and you can make your reservations. Let's take this moment to thank our fine sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show, of course, runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Powhannah Tiki Boats in Ocean City, New Jersey. Book today at powhannahtikiboat.com. And also Trinity Rehab with locations all over. That's trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, the aforementioned I Bleed for Preston and Steve Blood Drive. We will be broadcasting from the Oaks location. Pierre will be at Live Casino in Philadelphia. Brent Porsche will be at Oaks as well. Jackie Bam Bam is going to be at Live as well. So we'll be at both locations, and you can come and join us. Please sign up. Also, our buddy Robert Irvine is going to be checking in.
Yes.
Comedian Rafi Bastos, and we might see Doug Benson next week.
It's been a long time.
Wow, it's been years, actually. So it was a regular for a while. We'll see how he's doing. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, friend. Be safe, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.